our Anzac dead, our war dead, because they fought for our freedoms, and you don't have politicians with the courage to fight for our freedoms in the legislative chambers of this nation, then I really question whether they are worthy to be turning up at Anzac Day and honouring our war dead. Because if... No one should be going to court and being punished for exercising freedom of speech, especially over something as ridiculous as whether a man can be a woman and play soccer with the girls. And of course, this has huge consequences for particularly young girls going forward. So we've got some serious problems in our nation. The issue of religious freedom is a massive issue. Christopher Brohair is a barrister. He'll be speaking to this in much more cogent detail this afternoon than me. But this headline from the Australian, and you know, this goes to Tom's point earlier about the Liberal Party. I know probably many of us in this room lean towards the Conservative side of politics. We can't trust the Liberal Party anymore. This is the Northern Territory Chief Minister reneging on a promise to provide protections for Christian schools, faith-based schools in the Northern Territory. This is something which has been a vulnerability created pretty much directly as a result of the redefinition of marriage in law through the marriage plebiscite, and it hasn't been fixed. Our faith-based schools remain vulnerable and not free to employ staff who share their ethos, and nothing has been done to fix this situation. Scott Morrison had an attempt. Anthony Albanese tried to make it worse last year. It's been brought to a stalemate. And again, the Liberal Party are not standing up for the fundamental freedom of association, for parents to educate their children in the values which they see fit. Now, forgive this slide. I'm a Lord of the Rings fan. These are orcs, right? Well, look, I was going to get to that. The one on the right is Anthony Albanese, and the one on the left is Susan Lee. My wonderful father, who's just turned 80, is a great voice of encouragement in my life, and he's a big supporter of Family First, but he keeps saying you've got to have a positive vision. You can't just keep talking about what's wrong. And I agree with that, but I keep saying, Dad, you know, when the orcs are breaking down the back fence, you know, you've got to mount a defence. And of course he agrees with that. But we are at a situation where the orcs are ripping down the back fence, and we've got to get out our little hobbit swords and fight away at them. So, and to my dad's point, we do want to tell a better story at Family First. The reason we're all in this room is because we do believe there is a better future for our nation. And in the last couple of years, it's been our privilege at Family First to have been invited to be part of the inaugural Alliance for Responsible Citizenship conference that was held in London just 2 years ago. We were also represented at the latest one last February, and we intend to continue to be engaged. And their sort of mantra is a better story. And that's very much what we are on about at Family First. It's very easy for us to identify with that. And some of the things that we want to promote is obviously the need for the Judeo-Christian ethic. There is no other ethic that has resulted in free societies around the world. Secular humanism has not produced freedom. Have a look at the French Revolution. Have a look at the contrast of the Revolution of 1776 and the Revolution of 1789. One produced the amazing flourishing of the United States. The other produced a bloodbath in France and inspired Stalin, Hitler and Mao. That's what that revolution inspired, based on secularist atheism. There is no doubt that the Christian worldview is that which seeds freedom and liberty, rule of law, prosperity, the flourishing of families. And we have to start saying this. If John Howard could say it in his political career and also then reiterate it in his memoirs, why can't we bring that discussion into the political discourse? No one's talking about this. We have to have a worldview that animates us. And of course at Family First we've made it very clear that as part of our core values, you'll see them on our website, is that we're here as a party. People of all faiths and none are welcome to join us, but we are going to be a party that promotes the Judeo-Christian ethic, because we can't live in a vacuum. And you know, with all due respects to other world religions, their nation states have not produced anywhere near the freedom or desirability than what the Christian West has produced. That's why the world wants to come and live here, and we need to be advocates for that worldview. We obviously want to see stable families. I showed some of the stats earlier. we've got to start to address how do we have a conversation about marriage and stability. And I think as people like Catherine Deves tell their stories about their journey, from what the culture says about relationships to finding the joy of motherhood and family and realising the importance of stability. As those stories are told, as the statistics and the evidence are more and more debated and talked about, people will be attracted back to that which works. There is a reality, and it's very much found in marriage and family and stability. We want to promote a fairer tax system for couples. At the moment, couples who care for their children in the home with one partner caring in that care role, generally a mother, not always, but generally that's the wish of most mothers. That's just a fact. It's not a statement of misogyny. They are penalised in the tax system to the tune of well over $10,000 a year. We want to see income splitting where a couple's wage can be treated as one taxable unit. That's a huge advantage. We want to see the massive childcare subsidies that are given. We want to see them go to the family, not to, as Catherine said last night, to industrialise childcare. That was a very confronting phrase that she used, but that's what it is. And I'm not, there can be a place for that, for childcare outside of the home, of course, but give people the choice. Don't put all the money in one area so that you corral people to just one prescription, which is what our government does at the moment. We want to see life protected from conception to natural death. That's controversial for many people. Most Australians, I think, are waking up to the idea that late-term abortion is horrific, and then you've got to start to do some logic and work out where does life begin. And I think we know in this room where it does, and we need a debate about that in our society. If we can't protect the most vulnerable, no one is safe. We want to make housing affordable for couples on one wage. Tom and Jack are both from the Labor Party. Well, it was the Labor movement that gave us the Harvester judgment and, fair day's work for a fair day's wage, 8 hours work, 8 hours rest, 8 hours play, reasonable limits around how we can do things, and so that a family could be supported on one wage. We've got to be able to get back to that again. We need energy abundance in this nation, and we've got a big focus on energy at today's conference, quite deliberately, because this is one of the key things that's driving the cost of living crisis in this nation, and it's based on pseudoscience, and it's based on false assumptions that somehow you can power an industrialised economy on windmills and solar panels. You can't, and that'll be demonstrated today. We need to dig, baby, dig in this nation, and drill, baby, drill, because we should be an energy superpower. We can look after our environment, of course we should, but we must make sure there's prosperity for our families and our children. And freedom of speech and religion, which I've talked about. Family First exists to create a flourishing nation through strong families and communities underpinning a civil society. Our mission is to build a political movement, and you'll hear a bit more this afternoon from some of our candidates and our key people. Jack, who directed our federal campaign effort at the last election. You'll hear about how the movement is being built that will fight for and sustain the social and economic well-being of the nation by promoting family, life, faith, freedom, enterprise and subsidiarity. Subsidiarity is a big word that Jack insisted goes in the mission statement. And that simply means, we as civil society should do what the government, we should do what we can do, and the government should only do what we can't do, essentially. We're not no government people, we're not libertarians, but the government has got way too big, and there's much more that civil society can be doing. This will be achieved through having courageous and intelligent women and men of character elected to state and federal territory parliaments. And as Tom mentioned, this is the next phase of our journey as a political movement. We've got Deepa here today, who you'll hear from this afternoon. Bernie Finn, Jane Foreman in Victoria. Bernie and Jane both in Victoria, pre-selected for our upper house effort there. And myself here in New South Wales. We've got a big job over the next 18 months. It can feel like it's a dark hour. Western civilization has been here before, and Winston Churchill famously said, "I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears and sweat." And that's what we tell all of our candidates when they sign up to run for us. Indulging my Lord of the Rings thing, we are in extraordinary times, and Tolkien knew this, and in his novels he pens these lines. He says, "I wish it need not have happened in my time," said Frodo. "So do I," said Gandalf, "and so do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that's given us." And my challenge today is, what will you do with the time that is given you? We're all here today. We can see the crisis. We can see the problems. these are the times we live in. We can curl up in a ball, or we can get out, be part of a movement that will do something. I reckon if Grandpa Barnes could build a life out of that, then I reckon we can build a life out of the troubles that we find today. I really do. And I take great inspiration from the pioneers. If he could build a home and a family and a good life for his kids and for his grandkids, how much more can we do by putting our shoulder to the wheel? We don't have to pick up an axe and clear trees, but we can get involved in a movement like this and do our bit to reshape our society for the common good. This is why we fight. Thank you. We're in for a great day today. God bless you. Just before I introduce our next speaker, just a couple of advertisements. Thanks, Dave. You'll see down the back Kyle Napoleon with an I. He's waving down there, and his lovely wife Hayley. They are looking after our merchandise. You can get your Family First kit here today. It's great to see a whole bunch of caps and T-shirts here in the audience, so you can get your stuff there. We've also got copies of my book, I kid you not, Notes from 20 Years in the Trenches of the Culture War, and I'm working on another book at the moment, so get this one before the new one comes out, but it does go over some of the problems and the issues, so that's the advertisement. Well, I don't want to waste any more time. We've got a packed day today, and I'm really excited about the speakers that we've got. We are really trying very intentionally to address issues that the major parties will not talk about, issues that are not part of the mainstream political discourse. That's why a movement like this is here. And I'm delighted that Dr. Bella Abrera, our next speaker, has accepted our invitation to come. I've been chasing her for 3 years to get her here and finally got her here this week, and I'm really delighted. Bella is the Director Foundations of Western Civilization program at the Institute of Public Affairs. They're based in Melbourne. She's based here in Sydney, but they're one of our premier centre-right think tanks. She has a BA in History and Spanish from Monash University, and an MA in Spanish from the University of St Andrews, and a PhD in History from the University of Cambridge. So, you know, she's a bit of an underachiever, and I believe that she's going to be delivering her address today in English. But she's written an illustrated children's book. She's the author, I won't even try and pronounce that, she might talk about it. She's written a trilogy of the English Reformation, which I'm sure our Catholic friends here today on my board will appreciate. She's currently on the advisory committee of the National Archives, and also oh, she was sacked. She was sacked. Breaking news, folks. Like all good Conservatives. She was sacked from the National Archives, which is such a shame. She's also a member of History Reclaimed, a counter-offensive against fake history, comprising a group of more than 40 senior UK and Anglosphere academics. Bella is a regular contributor to The Spectator, The Sun Herald, The Daily Telegraph, The Australian, and appears regularly on Sky News. Would you please give Dr. Bella Abrera a big welcome.
Whose mouth is that high? Okay, let's get that right. Yeah, I wasn't quite sacked. My tenure ran out, and I got a call saying thank you for your services, but we'd rather you didn't come back for the next 3 years. Also, I haven't really been on Sky or anything for the last year because I'm actually writing a book. I got a contract with a UK publisher, and I've been writing about the global education crisis. So everything that I'm going to talk about today, you can just transplant to the UK, to the US, to Canada, to New Zealand. It's exactly the same thing, with slight variations depending on which country you're in, but it's definitely something that is being imposed on all children in the West in government schools by the state. So first of all, Lyle, thank you for your kind introduction, and I want to pay tribute to you as just a hero of fighting these terrible wars that we're all sort of suddenly faced with, and that we've been born into this time, and we don't really have a choice. But again, we do have a choice. We could not do anything, or we could fight. And you've been battling those drag queens for 6 years, and you know, and all the other things that you do for Australian society. So I just want to pay tribute to you in organising this. And everyone, welcome to. Well done on turning up on a sunny Saturday after all the rain that we've had for the last 6 weeks. So I hope that you find this talk informative and interesting, and I I have to warn that I might depress you a little bit before morning tea, because it's not a very positive and happy subject, but I do have a bit of hope at the end, so you're not going to go home in total despair. Because when we look honestly at what's happening in Australian classrooms, and I'm really talking about government schools, there are some exceptions, but generally most children are going to these government schools, and it is really grim. So they are really what I will call victims. They're victims of, they're caught up in a vast social experiment that is being led by progressives, utopians, generally, people who are on the left side of politics, who really despise Western civilization, and they have this idea that if they can just tear it down and start again, then we'll somehow greet this brave new world of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So the poor children are caught up in this. They are completely innocent and they have no choice. They're dropped off at these schools in the morning by their parents, many of whom have no idea what's going on. But during the course of the day, of the school day, and of course their entire experience at school from beginning to end, they're just being brainwashed with these terrible, terrible radical ideologies that were dreamt up a long time ago in the universities. So we've got radical gender theory, which everyone here, I'm sure, is very aware of now. They're being taught constantly that they are to be ashamed of their country, that this country was founded on racism and oppression. They're being taught that they must be ashamed of their ancestors. And of course, they're just absolutely paralyzed with anxiety about climate change. This is all they get: sustainability, climate change, recycling. It's bordering on religious. They all believe it. They all think that they're not going to see adulthood, and they're all falling into this state of despair, which is just so unforgivable. In general, what's happening to them at school is that they're being made angry about the past, bitter about the present, and just terrified of the future. And of course, this is hardly a recipe for success on an individual level or a societal level. Oops. But let's just start with gender ideology quickly, because this is the most disturbing and most corrupting and most apparent ideology that is being taught in schools that we see. And you would have all heard a couple of weeks ago Jacinda Allen talking about how it's fine for 5-year-olds to be taught that they're born with the wrong body parts. And we shouldn't be surprised that this is happening in Victoria, because it's led the way for a long time in this radical ideology with its resilience and respectful relationships program, which has been nearly 10 years now in the schools. So that's a lot of children that have been going through. That's thousands of children, probably millions of children actually. My maths isn't very good, who have been taught that all these basically insane ideas, that gender norms are socially constructed, that you can be born with the wrong body parts, that you can just switch from being a girl to a boy if you feel like it. All these, all this stuff that has come straight out of the twisted minds of academics. So my greatest fear with this is that it is government mandated and government supported. And it doesn't just start at school, it starts in kindergarten. And this is something that a lot of parents still haven't worked out, that when they drop their toddlers off at kindergarten, they are being introduced to radical gender theory, and they're being introduced to it because it is mandated by the government. There is a syllabus. It's called Being, Becoming, Belonging, or the other way around. It's ridiculous, but it doesn't mean anything. But basically it says, and I quote, "Early childhood is a critical time for children to begin understanding and exploring gender." This is 3-year-olds. It says childcare centres should be, quote, "safe spaces where LGBTQI plus children and families feel welcomed, honoured and supported." In the material in this syllabus, they urge educators to, and I quote, "resist heteronormative ways of working and ensure that rainbow families feel a sense of belonging." The Tasmanians are actually worse. The Tasmanians have their own syllabus. Teachers are told that they have to tell the children, quote, your genitals don't make you a boy or a girl, and that people can be both male, female, both or neither. And then when children say boys are boys and girls are girls, they are meant to be chastised for policing gender and corrected. And then, of course, they have the kind of books that they're reading. They're reading things like Julian is a mermaid, which teaches that identity is endlessly fluid. They're reading Pink is for Boys, which erases distinctions between the sexes. Another book called Rosa Loves Cars, which dismantles so-called gender stereotypes, and Nothing Alike, which tackles race and stereotyping at story time. So the government will always insist, no, we're not teaching radical gender theory. This is just about respectful relationships. This is about children being nice to each other. They are constantly gaslighting the public, even when it is painfully obvious. When they're telling the children that they can change their biological sex, they talk about, teaching them about things being about, genderqueer and non-binary. It's textbook gender theory, and they keep lying to the public. They keep lying to us and telling it that it's not that. It's deception on a grand scale. We know it, and they know it, but we need every parent in this country to also know it. I don't have much time, so I can't go you could talk about radical gender theory for hours, because it's so horrendous. But the other thing that's happening in the classroom is of course, critical race theory, which again they deny is in the curriculum and in classrooms, because there is no classroom course that says critical race theory, but it's deeply embedded in the national curriculum. It's basically the idea that Australia was founded on white supremacy, and that our entire country and all the systems can only be explained by white supremacy and oppression, and it's a power play between white people and everyone else. And that's how they look at the view of the world, and that's how they're teaching children to look at the world, through race. It's in every subject in the national curriculum, which is hundreds of thousands of pages long. In the health and physical education syllabus, when children are sort of, playing on the monkey bars or throwing balls to each other, they will be actually, quote, gaining insights into the impact of systemic racism and discrimination it's very badly written in the curriculum. I'll start again. Gain insights into the impact systemic racism and discrimination have had on Australian First Nations people. In Year 9 history, they're taught about potential barriers to equality of access to justice, especially for First Nations Australians. In art, they're talking about First Nations Australian cultures having internationally enshrined rights. And by Year 10, they're basically told that figures like Adam Goodes and Noel Pearson represent active citizenship in the struggle for rights. So basically, the pattern is unmistakable. From foundation to Year 10, they're told that Australia is built on racism, and that Indigenous people are perpetual victims, and that non-Indigenous Australians are beneficiaries of oppression. And of course, this is related to how they're taught history, which is through what we would say a post-colonial lens, and a decolonization lens, which again are just insane ideas that have been dreamt up at the university and somehow have ended up in primary schools in Australia. These ideas came out of American universities, and in 2026, they're deeply embedded in the national curriculum. So when it comes to history, they're told, of course, that the arrival of the first fleet in 1788 was an invasion, and that invasion unleashed dispossession, massacres, and genocide on their population. This is the only story they get for the whole way through. And again, the purveyors of the curriculum and educators will always say, no, they're taught a balanced view. But there is no single mention of anything positive about Australian history in the curriculum. It is astonishing. And we all know of the stories of children coming home from school in tears because they've been told that the white people stole black babies, or their ancestors were, killed people, or there's this constant guilt, there's this terrible burden that is being put on these small children's shoulders about the actions of of people who lived and died 250 years ago, who they weren't even related to. This is just cruelty. It's cruelty. They're coming home in tears. I won't go through the detail of the national curriculum. You can if you can be bothered, you can read it through and look at the history syllabus, and you can see how many times they mention invasion and genocide and dispossession and starvation and wars and stolen generations, and it's just this constant barrage of negativity. And of course, we don't want to whitewash our history, but you need to have some balance. This is the story that Lyle told about his grandfather and how they started from nothing and just created this amazing life. They are never taught this. It is just so wrong. Sorry, I've got a page out of order. Then, of course, they've got the climate change, which I alluded to earlier, which is just it's endless, again, the endless message of the world's going to end. You're never going to get to adulthood, so why bother? And of course, this is going to have a terrible effect on children. There's a worldwide study done by The Lancet a few years ago that showed that, 50% of children around the world are really, really struggling. They're being told that we're facing an ecological crisis of our own making, and not even that, their own making. They're being told that when their parents drive their car, when they have hot showers, when they use the toaster too many times, when they don't recycle, when they leave the lights on, this is all culminating in an end-of-the-world scenario. And again, in the curriculum, they never get a balance. They never get perhaps there's another side of the story. Perhaps the sea levels aren't rising. Perhaps not all the ice is melting. Perhaps there are still polar bears. 6-year-olds are being shown pictures of drowning polar bears and being told that their homes are going to just be swamped. That this is a terrible thing. I remember in the 1980s, just briefly being terrified of a nuclear war. I think that's what was going on. And I remember the fear as a child, and thankfully it didn't last very long, but they're getting this. This is all they're getting, and I just can't imagine the damage it's doing to them. We're only just working out the anxiety and the actual deep wounds that we're inflicting on these children. So there was an initiative recently, and there's always funny sides to these things. These children were told that they had to participate in a project called Idle Off in Victoria. Did anyone see that? It was dreamt up at Deakin University by some lefty female sociologists or whatever I don't know what their field of study is. But they told children that they needed to start chastising their parents about leaving their engines on too long while they were waiting to be picked up from them at school. So it was called Idle Off. And they spent their days coming up with terrifying posters that they then stuck on the walls of the school to remind their parents that they should turn the engines off. And one was, "Turn your engines off, we're all going to die." This is serious, this is what they're being taught. So of course, they're literally turning up in the psychologist's office now in floods of tears. The IPA just did a research piece on it, actually, my lovely colleague Claire Rowe, and boy, oh boy, she had some flack from her colleagues pointing out that this is going on. She's a clinician. She's been seeing hundreds of children coming through her office now, her waiting rooms, who are coming in tears, saying they can't sleep at night because they keep thinking the sea is going to rise and drown us. They've really got this thing about the sea rising and drowning us here. I don't know where that. It's not. It's. I don't know what they're being taught really. It's clearly about drowning. Another boy she saw was in tears because he was told that the koalas are losing their habitat. And it was his fault because his family keeps driving their car around. So, as I mentioned at the beginning, this is a global problem, and it's not just Australia, but we live here, we are Australians, we've got to deal with the Australian problem. There's a man in America called Luke Kosiak who's just written a book called Race to the Bottom. And he's gone through, and it really is a race to the bottom here, he's gone through with absolute amazing detail as a journalist into the public school system in America. There are some differences, but it's fairly similar to what's going on here. He has children, and he moved to another state because he thought it would be better. He ended up saying, I can no longer send my children to public schools because it is basically child abuse. And I don't know what else you call it. You're reducing them you're telling them that they're not going to make it to adulthood. You're giving them nothing to hope for. They don't want to have their own children. They're confused about their own biology. They don't know, they can't recognize reality anymore. And this is the main problem with this ideology, is that they can no longer recognize the difference between right and wrong and truth and untruth and what's real and what isn't, because they're being totally rewired and reprogrammed by their teachers, many of whom are well-meaning, and many of whom think that they're doing the right thing because they think they're working towards this world of social justice, of where everything will be perfect and no one will be unequal. There'll be no one, who falls by the wayside. And they're good intentions. We all want a better world, but it's definitely the wrong way of going about it. And I just wanted to quickly talk about how we got here, because I think it's really important, especially in the context of it being a family first conference, and I think everyone will know the answer, is that the state wants your child, and as a society, we've forgotten who children belong to. We used to know children used to belong to parents. We used to know this. It didn't need to be discussed. It was understood and it was accepted. Children belong to their parents. The parents were the moral and spiritual guides of their, and provided for their children material until they turned 18 and left home. We've forgotten this, and now we seem to believe that the state is responsible for our children, and a lot of people, whether through circumstance, we can't have, Lyle talked earlier about it's impossible to have a house and raise 2 children on one income. You have to outsource your child now. It's almost impossible to not outsource your child to childcare. And people are very busy and they don't know what is going on in schools, but they have abnegated responsibility and handed their children over to the state. And the state does not love your children like you do. And the state wants a different version of your child. The state doesn't want your child to believe in God. The state doesn't want a cohesive family unit. The state wants your child to be part of it wants your child to be cogs in the machine, in the state machine. And this idea started with Jean-Jacques Rousseau. It started it started 2 centuries ago with this philosopher who said that children should be removed from the corrupting influence of their parents. This is where it all began. This is not novel, this is not new. This has been a long time coming. He said that children were better out of the home because, and especially the mothers. He said that the mothers were the most corrupting influence, and that society needed to begin anew. And the only way that could be done was breaking the bond between the parent and the child. What have we got today? We've got those bonds being broken. That there's no transparency. Parents don't know what's going on in their schools. They're not told when their children are being socially transitioned. There's a lot of secrecy. Parents have lost that bond, and children are being turned against their parents as well. The state's coming and going, well, we care about you, especially if you're socially transitioning. Your parents, they don't love you, but the state loves you. Back to Rousseau quickly. I don't know if you know, but he abandoned every one of his 5 children and sent them off to a foundling hospital for certain death in Paris. So this is the man who's shaped progressive education, and he left his children to die. The other man that has shaped what we're going through now, the idea that the state owns your children, was John Dewey in America, who actually went to the Soviet Union for inspiration on education. He toured communist Russia and praised it as admirable, praised the schools as admirable. He loved what the Bolsheviks were doing in the classroom, which was to break down the old order to produce the new Soviet man. We've got new men, we've got new people coming out of our system in 2026, and they're not well adjusted, and they are not the kind of person who will be able to build a society that we need to regenerate. But I told you I wasn't going to leave you in total despair, because Australian parents are waking up. They're waking up really, really quickly. Happened after COVID, during COVID, when the classroom materials came home and people suddenly said, "You're teaching them what?" And as we know, the numbers of homeschooling are going up. They're going up everywhere. They're going up massively in the UK, massively in Australia. In America, it's 6% of Americans homeschool their children. It's still small here. I think it's 1.8% here and 1.6% in the UK, but that's still a lot. they're safe. They're safe at home. Do you remember homeschooling used to be the crazy ones? It's completely reversed. Now you're getting the sane, clever, well-informed, and well-adjusted children that are coming out of homeschooling. The other thing, of course, is that we're building new schools here, the classical schools. We're getting the St. John Henry Newman School in Brisbane opening next year, and there's the Hertford College here in New South Wales. There's little micro schools. I visited one in Perth, which was amazing, where they do a hybrid between homeschooling and homeschooling and a little school three or four times a week, and the children were just delightful. It was just so wonderful to meet them. So there's hope, because you don't need the majority to effect change. It's never getting the majority anyway. It's going to be special, and it's going to be a minority of people who who understand what the battle is, and have the values and that we know we need to win this fight. And we are seeing changes amongst the young. I know there's no stats in Australia, but in England in the last 5 years, the 18 to 24s are just flocking back to church. They are. They've realized, they're waking up to the fact that they're being thrust into this world of disorder and chaos and insanity, and they are looking for order and chaos, order and sanity, and they're finding that in the churches. I'm sure it's happening here. No one's done a survey, but it is, and I think anecdotally I've heard a lot of congregations have a lot of young people coming through now. Of course they're going to look for an alternative. If you've got any brains at all, you can see what's going on. They're weary of the endless labels of being told that their very existence is oppressive, and young men especially. Imagine being told all the time that you're toxic. I didn't even get onto the toxic masculinity stuff. I mean, there's so much stuff. So again, I think we need to be very aware of how bad the system is, but we can't despair, because the young people are waking up to the indoctrinators. They're waking up to what is being done, and they're rebelling against it. And that should give us all in this room very real hope, because that's hope for our future of our children and for the future of this country. So we should be cheered, and I'm sure the numbers will keep rising. The worse things get in schools, the more people will rebel against it. That's it, really. The very brief overview of the horrific things that are going on in schools. I think the best thing you can do is homeschool or start your own school these days. That's my advice.
Bella, thank you so much for that. That's a very illuminating talk. I think what I draw from that is that our kids are being taught that their biology is illegitimate, that their nation is illegitimate, the way we live our lives and run our homes is illegitimate. So Bella, thank you for that. It's deeply distressing, but we've got to be woken up to it. And of course, as a political movement, we hope we can be part of the solution to that. But it starts with being aware of the absolute rubbish that our kids are being taught. And this is going to it is having horrendous consequences. So Bella, thank you for giving up your time today. We really appreciate it. We know you're a very, very busy person, and we've just got a small token of appreciation for you. Please thank Dr. Bella de Breuer. Well, we're going to keep things moving. Our next speaker is Rachael Wong, and it's a great privilege to have her here. She's another one I've been chasing for 3 years to get to this conference, and I'm very persistent, but I really appreciate Rachael coming along today. She's another very busy person. Rachael is the Chief Executive Officer of Women's Forum Australia. She is a former New Zealand lawyer. She previously worked with the Law Reform Commission in Samoa to bring about legislative reform to improve the lives of Samoan women and girls, and has worked and volunteered in a range of legal and human rights related roles. Rachael holds a Bachelor of Arts and a Bachelor of Laws honours from the University of Auckland, and a Master of Bioethics and Health from the University of Otago. I've known Rachael for many years and watched her journey and seen her voice raised to prominence in this nation, and she's one of the most fearsome advocates for girls and women, and you're going to enjoy what she has to say today. Please welcome Rachael Wong.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Lyle, for that very kind introduction. I was thinking the other day when I'd met Lyle, and he was actually one of the first people I met when I arrived in Sydney in the advocate sort of space, which was back in 2016. So it's been 9 years, which is quite a long time. I really do hope the morning tea break is imminent because my presentation is also going to be quite heavy, so I apologise in advance for that, but it's difficult when we are dealing with quite a lot of very hard and difficult issues in our culture at the moment. But it really is a privilege to be with you all here today, and it's especially nice to be among friends, to be with those who know what a woman is, and a man for that matter, which is a lot more than I can say of many of our politicians, sadly. Now, before I go any further, I want to be clear that Women's Forum Australia is not aligned with any political party. We don't campaign for candidates or tell people how to vote. What we do is work with anyone in public life across the political spectrum who is willing to stand with us in genuinely defending women's dignity, safety, and rights. And sadly, as you'll know, those champions are all far too rare. And that's why I'm incredibly grateful for Family First. Your party has been one of the few voices in the political arena willing to speak truth into difficult issues and willing to endure the backlash that inevitably follows. And that courage is desperately needed if we are to turn the tide on some of the most serious threats facing women and girls in Australia today. Make sure I'm using this correctly. Oh, you went forward and back. That way? There we go. So this morning I want to share with you who we are at Women's Forum Australia, what we mean when we talk about genuinely pro-women cultural change, and how we are putting this vision into action on the front lines of some of the most urgent and contested debates in our nation. So who are we? Women's Forum Australia is a non-partisan, non-religious, independent think tank that undertakes research, education, and public policy advocacy on issues affecting women and girls, with a particular focus on addressing behaviours and practices that are harmful and abusive to them. We work and engage with MPs, media, and the public, addressing issues such as the sexualisation and objectification of women and girls in media and advertising, violence against women, pornography, prostitution, trafficking, abortion, surrogacy, and the erasure of biological sex. These are, of course, all human issues that affect us all. But the vulnerabilities of women and girls mean they often bear the heaviest burden of harm. And yet, tragically, many of these practices have been championed by women and our culture poisoned by a very toxic version of feminism, which is why it is critical that we can speak into these issues from a women-focused perspective, and that women themselves are at the forefront of challenging these distortions and reclaiming our culture. And this is where Women's Forum Australia comes in. Women's Forum seeks to influence culture and public policy in a way that is genuinely pro-women, and to inform and empower Australians to make a difference for women and girls, their families, and communities. So what do I mean by genuinely pro-women? When most people think of feminism or women's advocacy, they often picture what they see in the mainstream media and popular culture. Slogans about choice, caricatures of women pitted against men, and an ideology that tells us that freedom means doing whatever we want, no matter the cost. Mainstream feminism tends to ignore the differences between men and women. It often casts men and women who don't toe the line as the enemy, and it clings to distorted ideas of freedom, equality, and empowerment, often zealously focusing on choice and autonomy without interrogating what's been chosen and the consequences. Our vision at Women's Forum Australia is radically different. We acknowledge and celebrate the distinct nature of women. We happily work alongside men, understanding that many of the cultural issues we're tackling are also harming them. And we recognise that what is truly good for women is good for men, children, and families too. We don't believe that women need to be or to act like men in order to achieve equality. We see freedom and empowerment as more than licence. And we look at the consequences of women's choices, what drives them, and understand that true freedom and empowerment depend on genuine choices that are rooted in truth, dignity, and the flourishing of the human person. That is the standard by which we approach every issue we engage in. And this morning, I want to illustrate what that looks like by speaking about 5 of our key areas where this clash of visions is playing out right now: the erasure of biological sex, abortion, pornography, prostitution, and surrogacy. One of the most urgent and alarming challenges facing women and girls today is the cultural and political push to erase biological sex. For if we can't even define what a woman is, how can we protect and advocate for their needs and rights on any other issue? And as you know, this is not some fringe debate happening on social media. It is a movement that has captured our institutions, shaped government policy, and is rewriting the rules of our everyday lives. Advocates of gender ideology argue that this is about respect and inclusion. But in reality, it is women and girls who are harmed and excluded. When a man who identifies as a woman is housed in a female prison, or a trans-identified male enters an intimate female-only space like a bathroom or a change room, both issues of which we are grappling here within Australia, it is women and girls who pay the price in terms of safety and dignity. When male athletes are allowed to compete in women's sport, it is women and girls who are disadvantaged in competition, put at risk of injury, who lose out on opportunities, and who may even self-exclude as a result. And then there are our children. In Australia, despite a 180-degree turn on this issue overseas, a growing number of young people are being funneled down a medicalised path of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries. Interventions that can leave them sterile, sexually dysfunctional, and with lifelong health issues. Young women and girls are massively overrepresented in this group. Far from being empowered, these girls are vulnerable, often struggling with trauma, autism, or social pressures. And instead of receiving the psychological care they desperately need, they have been fast-tracked to irreversible harm. And as we've just heard from Bella, this ideology is also rampant throughout our classrooms. At Women's Forum Australia, we have been active in challenging this ideology. We have published an in-depth research report on protecting women's sport and sent it to every MP and major sporting body throughout the country. We've made submissions to parliamentary inquiries opposing sex self-ID laws and so-called conversion ban laws, run advocacy campaigns calling for urgent action on youth gender medicine and to restore women's sex-based rights, highlighted the scandal of men and women's prisons, called out the threats to free speech and parental rights, platformed detransitioners who courageously share their stories, and defended those being silenced or punished for standing up on these issues. We have also worked with journalists, MPs, and everyday Australians from around the country to bring to light stories on these issues in the media and on the floors of our parliaments. Contrast this with the approach of many so-called women's advocates who cheer on the inclusion of males in female spaces, or push the indoctrination and medical transitioning of children. They call this feminism and gender equality, but feminism that erases women and fails to protect vulnerable children is no feminism at all. Most incredible and shameful are the number of so-called ministers for women and Labor governments around the country who have sold out women and girls to this ideology. I guess they are following in the footsteps of Julia Gillard, whose government is responsible for significantly eroding women's sex-based rights under the 2013 amendments to the Sex Discrimination Act. Genuinely pro-women advocacy insists that women's sex-based rights are non-negotiable. It insists that our children deserve protection from ideological experimentation. And it insists that truth and biological reality and the ability to speak and defend these matter. Another issue on which we sadly part ways with many women's advocates, some of whom we actually do agree with and work with closely on many other issues, is that of abortion. Mainstream feminist discourse portrays abortion as a woman's right, a woman's choice, and women's healthcare, often couching it in terms of freedom and empowerment. Yet for countless women, abortion is not a free or empowered choice. It is a choice made under duress. Financial hardship, lack of support from partners or family, pressure from employers, non-family friendly social structures, fear of intimate partner violence. Many women describe feeling that they had no other choice. And the tragic reality is that ready access to the band-aid solution of abortion, so that women can effectively be more like men, has removed the incentive for our society to properly support women facing a crisis pregnancy and to provide a humane response to the issues that drive them to seek abortion in the first place. This has in turn fed the lie that abortion is necessary for women's equal participation in society and that children are an obstacle to women's success and flourishing. Far from being liberating, we know that abortion can leave women with physical trauma, deep psychological wounds, regrets, and grief, suffering that our culture often refuses to acknowledge. And of course, abortion also ends the life of an unborn child, a truth that too many abortion advocates go to great lengths to minimise or deny. What's more, it is little girls that bear the brunt of sex-selective abortion, which research shows is prevalent even in some Australian immigrant communities. If we recognise the grave importance of ensuring rights for women and girls based on their biological sex and protections for vulnerable children, then of particular urgency is the targeting of little girls simply because they are girls before they are even born, and the assault on their most basic right to life when they are at their most vulnerable. Across Australia, lawmakers have enshrined some of the most extreme abortion laws in the world, including late-term abortion right up until birth, the removal of safeguards for women, and even provisions that threaten doctors' freedom of conscience. Women's Forum Australia has spoken out consistently against these laws. We've made submissions, spoken at public rallies and in the media, highlighted the risks and harms of abortion, published thought-provoking articles and publications, and advocated for real choice and genuine support and care for women and their unborn children. Contrast this with the approach of some of the most vocal women's rights advocates who celebrate abortion as a social good and resist even the mildest safeguards, like parental notification for minors, bans on sex-selective abortion, or requirements for informed consent, insisting that it is always and everywhere empowering. But a culture that leaves women with no better option than to end the life of their child is not a culture that honours women. The reality is that abortion is not and has never been in the best interests of women. It is counterproductive to women's health and welfare and betrays the basic feminist principles of non-discrimination, non-violence, and justice for all. Genuinely pro-women advocacy means working to build a culture where no woman feels that she has to choose between her child and her future. It means supporting women in crisis pregnancies and ensuring our laws reflect both compassion for mothers and protection for their unborn children. Pornography is another issue where the mainstream narrative of choice and empowerment obscures the truth. Porn is so often sold to us as harmless entertainment, even a tool for liberation. But the reality is that the porn industry thrives off the exploitation of women and girls, and its effects are deeply corrosive to relationships, mental health, and society at large. It is without a doubt one of the most destructive forces in our culture today. Studies show skyrocketing rates of porn use among children and adolescents, shaping their understanding of sex in ways that are violent, degrading, and completely divorced from love or intimacy. Young women report feeling pressured to perform acts that they have seen in porn. And the industry itself is rife with coercion, trafficking, and abuse. Meanwhile, the rise of platforms like OnlyFans and its proliferation through mainstream and social media are compounding porn's harms and reach and promoting and glamorising the porn-style lifestyle to impressionable young girls. At Women's Forum Australia, we have worked to expose the harms of porn, highlighted the links between porn consumption and violence against women, advocated for stronger measures to protect children online, and called out major corporations who promote or profit from sexual exploitation. Yet many feminist voices defend women's involvement in porn as work and as a woman's choice, and an empowering choice at that. They insist that those who criticise porn are prudish or anti-sex. But this is not about prudishness. It is about the dignity and well-being, not only of women, but of children and men, and the flourishing of our society as a whole. A genuinely pro-women perspective recognises that porn does not liberate women. It profits from their abuse and feeds violence against them, distorts men's perception of women, sex and relationships, and robs children of their innocence. Closely linked to pornography is prostitution. Once again, the mainstream feminist narrative frames it as sex work, a job like any other, and that women should be free to choose this career path, which is empowering. But in what other line of work is violence, trauma, coercion, and degradation part of the job description? Most women in prostitution are not there because they freely chose it. They are there because of poverty, childhood abuse, grooming, addiction, coercion, or some other disadvantage or trauma. The choice is illusory. And even in supposedly regulated environments, violence is endemic. Shamefully, prostitution has largely been deregulated, decriminalised, or at least legalised in some form in states and territories across Australia, in line with the distorted idea that it is work, or just like any other job. The truth, however, is that prostitution is nothing like any other job. It is an inherently exploitative, violent, dehumanising industry and an abhorrent form of sexual exploitation. Other countries have recognised this and have introduced truly progressive, pro-women laws based on the highly effective Nordic model, which is what Women's Forum has been advocating for in Australia. The Nordic model decriminalises those selling sex, recognising them as victims of exploitation, while holding pimps, brothel owners, and sex buyers accountable. This approach has been shown in countries like Sweden and Norway to reduce demand and provide pathways for women out of the industry. Last year we ran events highlighting the harms of prostitution in Sydney and Adelaide, and supported Liberal MLC Nicola Centofanti in South Australia in her introduction of Nordic model style bills, the first of their kind in Australia. While both bills unfortunately failed, one only lost by 1 vote, which, while frustrating, is also incredibly encouraging. We are hoping that a win on this issue in South Australia, which has rejected decriminalisation 13 times, could pave the way for Nordic model reform throughout the country. By contrast, mainstream feminists often ally themselves with pimps and brothel owners in the name of workers and women's rights. But prostituted women themselves, when they're free to speak honestly, overwhelmingly describe prostitution as harmful, not empowering. A genuinely pro-women approach means working for a society where no woman is commodified, bought and sold. It means addressing the root causes that drive women into prostitution and building real exit strategies and support. We cannot end violence against women while the violent commodification of women's bodies is promoted by our governments as work. Finally, let us consider surrogacy, another form of commodification often framed in terms of work and choice. In reality, surrogacy reduces women to wombs for hire and children as products to be acquired. It exploits women's economic vulnerability and fractures the natural bond between mother and child. In Australia, commercial surrogacy is currently illegal, but so-called altruistic surrogacy is permitted. The reality, however, is that law enforcement turns a blind eye to Australians who travel overseas to engage in commercial surrogacy arrangements. This is despite horrendous stories of clinics in countries like Greece, where a couple of years ago it was revealed that at least 98 women had been trafficked into surrogacy slavery. Around half the clientele for that clinic were Australians. And then, of course, there are the tragic stories of children who were left behind when they failed to meet expectations, which is what happens when we're talking about a product, including by Australians in countries like Ukraine and Thailand. Here at home, there is increasing pressure to liberalise surrogacy laws. The Australian Law Reform Commission is currently undertaking a review, which is blatantly biased towards expanding the practice of surrogacy. And next week, debate will begin on a bill by the Western Australian Labor government to do the same. Last year, under the guise of equality, the New South Wales Labor government also effectively rubber-stamped overseas commercial surrogacy by creating a pathway for parentage orders for children born of such arrangements. What is especially disturbing is how pro-surrogacy advocates always try to couch their reforms in terms of the best interests of the child, when the reality is that it is never in a child's best interests to be deliberately separated from its birth mother, who is sometimes also its biological mother. Women's Forum Australia has been a consistent voice against pushes to expand the practice of surrogacy in Australia. We have made submissions on bills and to surrogacy law reviews, have written extensively about the harms and health risks of surrogacy to women and children, and advocated for Australia to follow countries like France, Italy, and Spain, who have enacted total bans on all forms of surrogacy, on the basis that it violates the dignity and rights of women and children. We argue that the problem with surrogacy in Australia, altruistic or commercial, is not that it is unregulated or unavailable. The issue with surrogacy is that it is, in and of itself, unethical. The exploitation, commodification, and harm done to women and children is breathtaking, and no amount of regulation is going to change that. Mainstream feminists, however, often embrace surrogacy not only as work, but as a practice necessary to promote equality for those who can't have children. Yes, we must have compassion for such people, and I think, for example, that much more needs to be done to address the rising issues of infertility. But there is no right to a child, and there is no right to a woman's body to get one. A genuinely pro-woman approach recognises that adult desires, no matter how noble or genuine, cannot come at the cost of harming and commodifying and exploiting women and children. At Women's Forum Australia, we're committed to advancing cultural and policy change that genuinely serves women and girls. And we are deeply encouraged to see parties like Family First taking a strong stand on these issues, refusing to be cowed by political correctness or ideological bullying. Like Bella, I want to acknowledge in particular the leadership of Lyle Shelton, who has consistently and courageously spoken up on behalf of women, children and families, even when it has come at great personal cost. Friends, the challenges before us are great. The forces against truth, against women, and against the family are powerful. But we also know that courage is contagious, and that when people of conviction work together, change is possible. I hope that you can take from this presentation a renewed commitment to stand for truth, to defend women and children from harm and exploitation, and to build a culture that honours the dignity of every human person. That is what it means to be genuinely pro-women, and that is the future that we at Women's Forum Australia will continue to fight for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachael. That was brilliant. We've got a couple of minutes, perhaps for one or two questions before morning tea, if there's any. We've got some roving microphones. Matt, if you wouldn't mind helping Dave, perhaps. If you've got a question, raise your hand quickly and make it a question, not a statement. Pearl?
Yes, you want to speak on IVF. IVF.
You want me to speak about IVF?
IVF.
Yes, well, I mean, okay, IVF, there's obviously a lot of issues with IVF. Where do I start? A lot of you probably will have heard about the horrendous mix-ups that the Monash IVF clinic had earlier this year. And so now I understand there's a rapid review being done into IVF in Australia. We welcome that review, but my guess is that it probably won't go far enough. There's so many issues with IVF, I'm just trying to think where to start. Obviously, there's an issue to do with the creation of embryos that don't necessarily get used and that are left effectively to die. There is an issue to women's health because the overstimulation that's required in order to get the eggs can cause health issues. There are health issues that also arise for children who are born of IVF. And I think another thing that's really critical in relation to IVF is that it's often pushed, because it's something that is so profitable, at the expense of actually addressing some of the other issues that women and their partners could be dealing with, which if we actually did address those issues and doctors and fertility specialists actually looked at those things more deeply, then couples wouldn't actually need to go down the IVF route. But I think IVF is being, as I said, promoted very aggressively by profit-driven companies.
One more question, Jeff.
Hello, my name's Christina Caruana. I'm a child and family health nurse, which means I'm a nurse and a midwife, and I have a master in nursing. I work in child and family. I also have been a member of the Nurses and Midwives Association, which is the union for New South Wales. I had to stand down because of some of the issues that were going on in the last 12 months. My question is, why are nurses and midwives not being taught in undergraduate years, particularly midwives? The mothers who have abortions are not being taught that when they have an abortion, their risk of cervical incompetence is really high. And when they get to having another pregnancy and they have a late miscarriage, they are devastated. But if they inform people that they've had an abortion, they can be monitored. Nurses are not being taught about the right. My question is, how can we influence what is happening in the health industry? And in fact, in New South Wales Health, we are being taught by so-called experts about gender fluid ideology, and we're not getting any of the evidence.
Let's just take the...
My question is about nursing and midwifery health and education in that regard, because it really concerns me.
Thank you for your question. If I understand correctly, it sounded like you were firstly saying that that in universities people aren't properly being taught about abortion?
But not so much the side effects of any medical treatment, including abortion. So what happens is that we're not learning about, if you have extra hormones in IVF, your risk of, because it's being framed as a women's issue, it's not being framed as a medical issue.
I think with issues like abortion and IVF, because there is so much of an ideological push to have them as acceptable in our society, what happens in places like universities is that ideology seeps through and people aren't taught the truth, and that's something that's been happening for a very long time, unfortunately. How do we change that? We've got to get back into the universities and we have to, make more noise about these issues, which is what our organisation is trying to do. But yeah, it's not an easy one to answer, unfortunately, and the sad reality is that in relation to risks with things like abortion and to harms that are happening, even so-called feminists are really trying to push those away and cover those up because they don't want to threaten the so-called right to abortion.
Very good. Great to continue the conversation. We might be able to do that over morning tea. I believe Rachael would be happy to stay around for a little bit longer, and hopefully Bella as well. Rachael, just really want to say thanks for that. What you're doing at Women's Forum Australia is really important work. The irony of your talk is that the things that you are fighting against, pretty much all of them are things which have been legislated by our politicians, and some of it in recent years and decades. And it's terrible that we have to have a women's think tank to push back on things that our politicians have willfully but ignorantly done, whether it's legalising prostitution, whether it's trying to say that's normal, whether it's the trashing of the human rights of the unborn, the gender fluidity, etc. And now this push, and I'm so glad you raised this today, this push for surrogacy. And I've been monitoring this for a number of years. This is being pushed by the LGBTIQA+ political lobby And same-sex marriage is accelerating this push because the only way that two same-sex married men can acquire babies is through commercial surrogacy, and that's why Tim Wilson, who's now in the Federal Parliament, pushed for this when he was an Australian Human Rights Commissioner in the lead up to the same-sex marriage vote, because there's no other way for same-sex married men to acquire babies. It's deeply unethical, it's wrong, it turns children into products, as Rachael eloquently said, and it turns women into, it commodifies them as well. So I'm glad you raised that. I'm glad your think tank is on the forefront of this. It's a shame we're fighting our own government over these things, but that's why your work is so important. And we do take note of the fact that you are non-party partisan, as is Bella, and we respect that, but we deeply appreciate the fact that you're willing to come to our conference and share your knowledge and expertise. And so please accept this, again, small token. I appreciate it. Thanks, Rachael. Okay, well, we've got morning tea on now. I'm sure after all of that really heavy material, but necessary, we've got to know what the orcs are doing at the back fence. So let's have a break for morning tea. We're back at 10 o'clock sharp for Roseanne Masters. Thank you. Yeah, make that 11 o'clock. seats. Thank you. Those outside, please come in. Okay. Test one. You want me to touch it? Test 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Okay, please, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. We've got a very full program today. Who's enjoyed what they've heard so far? You people are amazing. It's all been bad news, and yet you're smiling and clapping. And there might be sort of a word for people like you to do with psychopaths, or who knows? No, look, it is. It's pretty disturbing stuff. But I know we're cheered because we're hearing the truth, and the truth is what sets us free. And so we're grateful for the wonderful start we've had. Without any further ado, we want to get on with the next phase of the conference, and we've got one more speaker on sort of social policy, and then we head into a sort of an economic zone. But this topic is really close, I know, to all of our hearts. It's probably the number one reason why I've been involved in politics, and that's the issue of human rights for unborn babies, and it's been touched on this morning. Our next speaker is homegrown family first person, Roseanne Masters, who's Roseanne, you've got a... Where are you, Roseanne? I hope you're... Oh, here she is. She's got a fan base in Family First. Maybe we should run her for Parliament. Look, actually, that's it's wonderful to hear that, because Roseanne has done a lot of work over the last 3 years, at least, volunteering and coordinating volunteers. I first heard of Roseanne when we were engaged in the Victorian election campaign in 2022. And the team down there on election day said, this woman from Maitland has flown down and stood on a polling booth all day handing out how to vote cards. And I thought, I've got to meet this woman from Maitland who took the effort to go to Melbourne to help Family First as we were getting going. in the 2022 election. So that's been the start of a great friendship. Roseanne and I have connected, and she has done an awful amount of volunteering, helping not just in New South Wales, but helping get the Queensland campaign up and running, just whatever has needed doing, a bit like Rita. Roseanne has just slotted in, and it's been wonderful to get to know her and her husband Dave, who's helping with the tech today. They're an amazing family. Roseanne has a Bachelor of Economics. She has a huge passion for this topic, and I'm delighted to introduce her to speak this morning. Roseanne Masters.
Thank you very much, Lyle. And I'd love to say to you that right now I've got the light and fluffy stuff, but I'm talking on abortion, so that's not going to happen, I'm sorry. And it was terrific to hear from Rachael as well, and this is a perfect segue, actually, into what I'm going to speak about today. So it is a great privilege to be here and addressing you on the topic of abortion. I don't think there's any other issue that has come anywhere close to the smothering of truth than this one. Even the very word abortion is smothered by all kinds of deceptive words. This has been happening now for so many decades that most people have formed their views based on ideological propaganda that does not hold up under even the slightest amount of scrutiny. And for the sake of my talk today, which is abortion as healthcare, I'm most concerned about healthcare professionals who have also consumed this ideological propaganda because their thinking about abortion has the potential to convert many, many more pregnancies into abortions. Our abortion laws are so extreme, it should be a first order priority, I would say, when we cast a vote, and I would say that's especially so for Christians, as every single aspect of abortion is opposite of truth and opposite of the gospel of Jesus Christ. Under these laws, unborn babies are given no human value until they are born, and so women are allowed to legally abort them at any time of their pregnancy. If unborn babies die in any other tragic way, like a car crash or as a result of domestic violence, because of these laws in abortion, perpetrators cannot be charged with manslaughter for their deaths, only for causing bodily harm to their mothers. And if women themselves kill their unborn children, even late term, using any tools, any drugs, any way, there is actually no penalty for them whatsoever. That was written into the last laws, so you can see here, in New South Wales. I don't think that most Australians would believe that unborn babies have no human value until they're born, and yet this is the worldview that's being imposed on everybody. And now we have the government actually calling this healthcare. Just as we most recently saw during the vaccine mandates, government sanctioning for anything sends a very strong message. It completely legitimises it. Any previous reservations that women might have had or people might have had get completely disarmed. When a woman thinks she might be pregnant, one of the very first things she will do is go to her GP to confirm that she is pregnant, and then they'll begin a series of scans and tests. Her GP's biases about what sort of babies should live or shouldn't live, who they think should be a mother, shouldn't be a mother, and under what conditions, all presented as legitimate medical advice. Most women, and I'd say particularly first-time mothers, will be influenced by what they perceived to be sound advice from someone that they trust. Calling abortion healthcare also provides legislative power to force hospitals to submit to pro-abortion worldview, whether they agree with it or not. And this is actually the focus of the rest of my talk today, how abortion as healthcare changes hospitals. Under this ethos, abortion is now making its way into our hospitals. Sometimes it comes stealthily and sometimes it comes forcefully. Hospitals may think or be told abortion is just adding another healthcare service, but they are wrong. Bringing abortion into hospitals completely changes the ethos and environment, and the people most at risk are pregnant women. Previously, the vast majority of abortions have been done through private clinics and hospitals, so there has been a bit of a separation, physical separation, between medical facilities offering life and those specialising in death. Public hospitals had only been providing about 10% of all abortions, but that number is increasing. In the first instance, we have hospitals who aren't already providing abortion services coming under enormous pressure to start providing them. We've already seen the aggressive takeover of Calvary Hospital down in the ACT. And just a few months ago, you might remember the ABC did another hit piece, investigative journalism, on the martyr hospitals. According to their faith foundations, both of these hospitals have never offered abortion. And then we have public hospitals that have already been providing some services who are now under increasing pressure to expand their abortion offerings. Last year, the public hospital in Orange, I know we've got a couple of people from Orange here, came under attack after it was revealed the executive of the hospital had decided to limit their abortions for medical reasons only. Once again, our faithful ABC did an investigation, and as a result, the New South Wales Health Minister intervened and made them expand their abortion offerings. But of course, that wasn't enough for the activists. 15 doctors have been seeking the sacking of the Orange Hospital executive ever since. What happened at Orange has significant implications for all public hospitals if this now means that only people who hold a pro-abortion worldview need apply for executive positions. Watch this space. And then we have hospitals who have been providing the full range of abortion services for some years. These full range hospitals give us a clear picture of what other hospitals can expect as this worldview casually walks in or comes crashing through their doors. The stories you're going to hear today come from these hospitals. So the first obvious impact of expanding abortion in hospitals is that it will put pressure on their existing services, resources and budgets. As abortion becomes more normalised, women will feel more comfortable to have their abortions in public hospitals and will appreciate that it's provided on the public purse. This is certainly a significant concern and it will impact many people, especially people already struggling to get hospital attention that they need. But of greater concern is how expanding abortion in hospitals will affect the staff and the patients, and I'm particularly concerned how it's going to convert more pregnancies into abortions. You see, when abortion comes into a hospital, it operates very close to or even within maternity areas, because they share the same resources, which includes sharing the same human resources. Workers who place a high value on human life, we would call conscientious objectors to abortion, are going to find themselves immediately in conflict with what is happening in their workplaces. Okay. While they have the right to objection, they will still be called upon to care for women before their abortions, after their abortions, or they may also be called upon to participate if an emergency situation arises, whatever that looks like. It's not defined in our law, but they have to do it. The careers of conscientious objectors will become increasingly stunted as they do not offer the full range of services now expected by their profession and required by the hospitals. Consider this statement from the Australian Nurses and Midwife Federation, and the lady a little while ago made a comment about she's had to leave this organisation. This is two things they say regarding conscientious objection. Nurses, midwives and assistants should give sincere consideration to avoiding employment where they anticipate a situation of conscientious objection may frequently arise. And they also have a responsibility to inform employer before accepting employment positions where they believe they could frequently be involved in situations of conscientious objection. Obviously, as abortion expands, of course, there's going to be a need for these workers to exercise their right of conscientious objection more frequently. And so hospitals will naturally become more reluctant to employ workers who do not provide the full range of services that they now require. Having conscientious objectors will also mean that their colleagues will have to take on additional responsibilities, which I guess is going to be a source of discontent and disunity amongst the staff. But even if these workers are fortunate enough to secure employment maintaining their right to objection, they still have to navigate working in an increasing abortion environment hostile to their values. Other staff who do not have a conscientious objection will have to become very comfortable with participating in abortion. Like most people in society, they mistakenly believe that abortion is empowering women. How much they support abortion is probably in line with society, and I imagine there'd be varying degrees. Some might have no issue at all handing out pills for early term abortions, but maybe not feel so comfortable about doing later term abortions or surgical ones. Unfortunately for them, without the protection of being a conscientious objector, under this abortion is healthcare edict, there's no accommodation for them. As abortion increases, they will be expected to gradually fully submit. This is another part of that same statement from the Australian Nurses and Midwife Federation. Conscientious objection does not include declining to participate because of fear or personal convenience or preference. In layman's terms, there's no opt-out for them at all. Even if they're uncomfortable or just prefer not to, they have no choice. So I recently spoke to a midwife who'd been working in a large hospital in New South Wales for more than 30 years until she left. That was 3 years ago. This hospital had been providing the full range of abortion services for many years. They do many early term abortions, and she said maybe up to 3 late term abortions per week. Between the staff, abortions is classified as either medical abortions or maternal abortions. Medical are those they classify due to some anomaly with the baby or a complication with the pregnancy, and maternal ones are those done at the wishes of the mother for no medical reason at all. In recent years, she said she has insider knowledge, that they have been seeing more and more maternal abortions. This means they're done on completely healthy babies, and on rare occasions, she said they are rare, they have been done on babies beyond 30 weeks. These are maternal abortions. These particular abortions do cause great distress amongst the staff. So although they have no problem with performing many early abortions or even late abortions for what they consider medical ones, late-term ones beyond 30 weeks on healthy babies, this disturbs them. They know this is wrong, and I'd say it's good to see that they have a conscience, but unfortunately for the babies, not enough of a conscience between all of these distressed people to actually put their tools down and stop. Knowing full well what they are doing is wrong, they're still willing to participate, even if it means obliterating what little conscience they have left. According to this midwife, late abortions at this hospital are started by a doctor injecting the baby's heart with potassium chloride to bring on a heart attack and the death of the baby. His job's done. He hands the woman over to the midwives. They're now tasked to finish the job, go through the full labour and delivery process, while he gets back to other maternity duties. After the midwives deliver the dead baby, they too resume their other maternity duties. Even though this midwife was a conscientious objector and was never directly involved in any way, there was no way for her to avoid working in an abortion environment and with her colleagues that were routinely performing them. She actually told me so many disturbing stories, which I haven't got time to go through today. Ask me later. It all painted a picture of a very disturbing, very stressful and murky workplace. She explained how the changes had crept up in a subtle and incremental way that often caught her off guard. The mental anguish of having to continually be navigating this environment became too much, and with a heavy heart, she decided that she needed to leave 3 years ago, knowing that she was leaving a place where the attitude to abortion was favourable. She did not know any other worker with a conscientious objection. Let that sink in. A New South Wales large public hospital, which has been offering abortions for many years, has no conscientious workers there, or not that this midwife knew, and she was there, I think, 15 years, and she left 3 years ago. So that means all the advice and care given to pregnant women going to that hospital is coming from people actively participating in abortion. By the time she left, she described being completely and utterly mentally spent. Certainly, I think the price being paid by workers who are conscientious objectors, like this midwife, is a very heavy price, especially if it costs them their much-loved careers. But I can't help but feel the price being paid by workers who are not conscientious objectors is even greater. Having their hearts hardened by the routineness of killing babies and participating in what they know is not right, surely is a heavy price. How many babies would a brand new doctor or a graduate nurse or midwife have to kill before it feels completely normal, completely routine? Well, I dread to think about how their abortion work might manifest itself in other parts of their lives. I'm actually far more concerned about how it manifests in the care that they're offering to their other patients, that is, the other pregnant women they're responsible for. You see, abortion and pregnancy care are as incompatible as any two things could be and always have been. Just like palliative care and euthanasia, pregnancy care and abortion have a very direct, competing relationship. They do not operate in isolation of one another, quite the opposite. So to put these two services together as if they don't impact one another is to pretend that maternity workers can hold two completely opposing worldviews about the value of life simultaneously. That is, they can hold a high value of life when they're providing pregnancy care and then turn around and hold such a low value of life or no value of life when they're killing babies through abortion. As if they can just switch these things on and off as required. Can anybody do that? Can they do that? Let's consider this question by examining two things, the advice and care coming from abortion hospitals. Firstly, let's look at the advice. Okay, so this is the John Hunter Hospital in Newcastle. They have a service called EPAS. You can read the description there. So EPAS is Early Pregnancy Assessment Service. It's an outpatient service that cares for clients who experience problems in pregnancy up to 18 weeks, and it also provides support and management to clients who request a termination of pregnancy. Does this sound like a safe place for women with early pregnancy complications, given that it's the very same doctors, same nurses, giving them advice who also facilitate and manage abortions? As I previously mentioned, women, especially young women and first-time mothers, would put a lot of trust in advice they receive from doctors, and this would be even more true for doctors that they would encounter in hospitals, and especially so when they need guidance for a pregnancy complication. As a legitimate healthcare option, what would stop doctors advising abortion more regularly and for a growing number of complications? Or even for pregnancies without complication if these doctors think that's a good idea. It's a healthcare option. Abortion advice masquerading as medical advice will undoubtedly convert more pregnancies into abortions, but the saddest part is women will be none the wiser. They will think they're following good medical advice. In 2022, I have a friend, her name is Lisa, was pregnant with her first child and went to a hospital like this because at 17 weeks gestation, her waters broke. On arriving at the hospital, Lisa and her husband were told her pregnancy was completely non-viable. Her water measurement was at 0%. Her condition was called PPROM, which stands for preterm premature rupture of membranes. It's quite a long thing. You got the next, Dave? Okay. She was given two options. You can wait for your inevitable miscarriage, which will happen any time in the next week or so, or they could straight away do a termination. So Lisa then started to ask some very reasonable questions. She said, is there anything you can do or anything maybe I can do to let the waters replenish? And the answer they gave her was no, absolutely nothing can be done, which was not true. She said, can you give me any statistics? How many babies don't miscarry? Like, can any babies actually survive this? And they refused to answer this multiple times. They didn't give her an ounce of hope or a single survival story. And maybe this is why. These are the obstetric guidelines for the condition that Lisa had. So it says, when it happens under 20 weeks, advise an induction of labour. This is abortion advice disguised as medical advice. How many young pregnant women receiving that advice from a doctor would even recognise that they're being advised to have an abortion? For the next few weeks, they continued to offer her abortion, and when they realised that she was proceeding with the pregnancy, she and her husband were then called into a meeting, and they were told of all the possible complications, all the disabilities and the challenges that lay ahead of them if they insisted on continuing. They really did pull every lever to convert this much-wanted pregnancy into an abortion. Now, I'll cut a very, very long story very short. Lisa did continue her pregnancy. She got to 37 weeks, at which time she was induced and delivered her beautiful son, now happy, healthy 3-year-old. When I asked Lisa how she was first advised to have an abortion, she looked at me and said, Roseanne, I was never advised to have an abortion. I was bullied, I was pressured for the whole time. There was no way you could describe my experience as being advised. I actually met a Christian obstetrician just last week, and I asked him about this condition, and he told me in 16 years he's seen 4 cases of PPROM, all around 16 weeks, and said every single one of these babies, under his careful watch, were delivered at 34 weeks, and they all survived in good health. How on earth can abortion be the starting point for this condition as per this hospital protocol? I wonder how many other pregnancy conditions are being treated similarly. I'm sure everybody here will have a story of someone being told crazy advice. Of course, Lisa is very grateful to God for her son and the prayers of many on her journey, but she still suffered quite a significant pregnancy trauma. She and her husband, had they gone to a different hospital, one which was more aligned with their values, rather than have a pro-abortion ethos imposed on them, she may have had a completely different pregnancy experience. And I shudder to think how many women have followed abortion advice given like this through services like EPAS, and they just trust it to be sound medical advice. So now let's consider the other part of the equation. Let's consider the care being offered to these pregnant women. I want to explore this by looking at the recent New South Wales birth trauma inquiry, which happened last year. How many people are aware of the birth trauma inquiry? A few people. Okay, yep. So this was the first time Australia has ever held such an inquiry investigating traumatic birthing experiences of women in our hospitals. The inquiry received 4,000 written submissions and held 6 days of public hearings. From the many submissions I've read, most came from women all expecting very regular deliveries. These women could never have anticipated what lay ahead for them as they went into hospital for what should have been one of the most joyous occasions of their lives. Instead, their time in hospital was marred by some kind of trauma. Most of these traumas were completely preventable, entirely avoidable. So I just want to skim through a couple of excerpts from the many, many hours of testimony. So this is really like skimming, trust me. So this one, my birth experience was one of the worst experiences. I feel so bad, I feel sad, I feel anxious sometimes. I try to forget my birth, I can't. It's been 3 years. I still have to see a psychologist every week. I was in pain, screaming, crying, and I got ignored. I'm never going to have another child because of this. Get them in, get them out. We need the bed. We need women not to linger. We've got a staffing crisis. The next one. The abuse and mistreatment of pregnant women is a normalised, everyday event we see in our practice every day. 55% of stillbirths are from substandard hospital care. And this one, from the Australian College of Midwives submission, there is a growing body of evidence that birth trauma is increasing in Australia. 1 in 10% of women reflect they have experienced obstetric violence, and almost 30% of women have experienced birth trauma. And here's a few midwife statements. Birth trauma and disrespectful maternity care is prevalent and rife and getting worse. Obstetric violence is frighteningly commonplace. It was horrifying to witness how quickly the doctor moved and pulled the baby out. The woman was traumatised and refused to speak for 2 days. And we know that women who have experienced birth trauma subsequently have a higher rate of termination of pregnancy. Okay, so that's all I'm going to read, but honestly there's so much detail in these women's stories, it's incredible. Clearly maternity care in Australia is not where it needs to be. Now, I'm not suggesting that all birth traumas are directly attributable to abortion, but I do think there's some aspects worth considering which this inquiry did not explore whatsoever. One thing that repeatedly came up in many of the testimonies was the stressful working conditions which led to regular staff shortages and high attrition rates. For many reasons were put forward to explain this discontent, but there was no examination at all of how the changing work environment might be negatively affecting their attrition rates. Do they really think that midwives with a high view of life would actually enjoy having their consciences assaulted every day by having to navigate an increasing abortion environment? or that other workers who are expected to participate, even if they don't want to, would enjoy working under that kind of pressure. The second aspect, which was also not considered at all, was how abortion might be affecting the level of care being offered. Surely most people would agree that the best level of care for pregnant women coming to hospitals for their impending deliveries would be from care that comes from staff who hold a consistently high view of life. Healthcare workers who hold pregnancy in the highest regard and put such a high value on the life of unborn babies and their mothers that they cannot be anywhere near abortion. And yet, when hospitals expand their abortion offerings, it's these people who are being forced to leave, the very ones that I'm sure most pregnant women would want to have caring for them. Surely this was relevant to a birth inquiry investigating declining standards of care, especially as these traumas are increasing at the same time that abortion has been expanding its reach. Are we supposed to think this is purely coincidental? I think it's worth noting that women who experience birth traumas are increasingly likely to have abortions for their subsequent pregnancies. And while I do have great empathy for all these women who have experienced pregnancy and birth traumas, I know that many of them still support abortion. They do not realise that being pro-choice completely undermines pregnancy. They need to pick a side. What do you want? Do you want quality pregnancy care, or do you want full abortion rights? You simply cannot have both because hospitals cannot offer both. The fact that conscientious objectors are being pushed out completely proves this point. Their values, their high view of life and their high view of pregnancy, they're not welcome anywhere where there is abortion. So my conclusion, if more hospitals fall to this ethos, many more pregnancies will be converted to abortions as unsuspecting women walk straight into its clutches. Abortion coercion from other sources, maybe even abusive partners, may be completely dwarfed by the abortion coercion which masquerades itself as legitimate medical advice, delivered to them from hospital workers who know no better, with kind words and genuine compassion. Many of these workers have consumed false narratives for decades, and so they do not really think, they actually think it's a good option for pregnancies, and they have no reason not to trust the robustness of hospital protocols and guidelines. But as is always the case, it's the unborn babies who are the biggest losers once again. And this is where decades of pro-choice legislation lands. No choice for hospitals, no choice for healthcare workers, and no choice for pregnant women. Everyone being forced to submit to an abortion worldview, whether they agree with it or not, which can all be traced back to unjust laws which says unborn babies have no human value until they're born. Laws pushed by abortion activists in our parliaments and other enablers who just don't care enough to do anything about it. So what can we do? 3 quick things. First and foremost, by far the most important thing, I think we need to feel the weight of this grave injustice before God. How on earth do we get to this? Secondly, we need to inform ourselves and engage others. Just like everyone else, we've also consumed abortion propaganda for years, and we're likely to have our own blind spots. I know that when I started this, I certainly did. If we want to see change, we need more people to understand this and have their hearts convicted over this issue. I have provided some information in your bags with the starting point. I'd encourage you to check them out and share them. And lastly, we desperately need to get some truth tellers into our parliament. We are very blessed to live in a democracy, and that means all of this can be turned around if we clean out the parliaments of the radicals and elect some truth tellers and pro-life champions, many of whom are sitting in this room just waiting to get into parliaments across Australia. But we need more. We need more people to join us, to stand as candidates who are keen to see the human rights of unborn babies restored in our laws. This task is just too big for a few. And as I close, can I encourage everyone here, in the meantime, to consider how you can protect pregnant women around you. As abortion forces its way into more hospitals, they are vulnerable, more vulnerable than ever before, and most of them have absolutely no idea. Not only vulnerable to abortion masquerading as healthcare, but also to increasing levels of birth trauma. Thank you for listening to me today, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Roseanne. I don't know about you, but as I sat there listening to that, a phrase comes to mind, and it's the banality of evil. Because when you see what's on the health department websites, it's just banal, yet it's horrific in what it's doing. And I think Roseanne's demonstrated that very, very powerfully today. You can see the passion, and we're very grateful for that talk. Kevin Rudd, and this goes to the topic of our next segment after this, but he famously said that climate change is the great moral challenge of our time. Kevin was wrong. Human rights for unborn babies and proper care for their mothers is the great moral challenge of our time. So, Roseanne, thank you for that, and there's a small token of appreciation. Please thank Roseanne Masters. All right, we are moving at rapid pace here today. We're shifting gears. This has been a really good segment of social policy, but now we're moving to economic policy, because if we want families to flourish, they've got to be able to get ahead economically as well, and that's just as important a moral imperative. Our next speaker is Jude Blick. I was going to say Blick, but I'm a little bit dyslexic. I'm really grateful for Jude coming today. We did have Jared Holland from the Page Research Institute advertised. Jared's and his wife have just had a second child, and he said, look, I've got a busy travel schedule, would it be okay, I need to spend some time at home, and because we're called Family First, I couldn't resist. But Jude is equally qualified, and he comes from an also very esteemed public affairs think tank, the Centre for Independent Studies, which is based here in Sydney. And he very kindly agreed to step into the gap at short notice. Jude is an engineer with experience in quantitative finance. Prior to joining the CIS, he spent 6 years at Macquarie Group, where his main area of expertise was risk and valuation of derivative products across a wide range of commodities and financial products. I have no idea what any of that means, but I think it has something to do with the economy. He is passionate about sound policy, particularly regarding energy and economics, and his topic today is net zero truth. Please welcome Jude.
Thank you, Lyle, and thank you all for having me. I might just quickly adjust this so that's easier to hear me. Great. Okay, so we're talking about net zero, and where are we going? I'll just give you a quick background. My name is Jude. I do have experience in some risk management stuff, so we'll talk a little bit about risk today. But I'm at the Centre for Independent Studies, which is a think tank in Sydney. Our main area of focus is the cost of the energy transition, and we try to unpick some of the flaws in the main government planning documents that have been used to justify the energy transition. So we're going to have a quick look at basic risk management around climate. We're going to have a quick look at the lies we're getting told about both the problem or the disease and the solution or the cure. So let's get into it. Very quickly, I've got this quote up here from Reinhold Niebuhr about emotionally potent oversimplifications. This is one of the debates in which this is very clearly happening. The average punter follows emotionally potent simplifications that are laid out to them, and this debate is absolutely full of them. Here is an example of them. This is from a mob called Climate 350 or 350 Australia. It's warming, it's us, we're sure, it's bad, we can fix it. Total oversimplification. So what I'm hoping to do today is just spell out some of the pieces of logic that underpin that and call out some of the flaws in that logic. Before we get there, very quick risk management 101. We've been told there's a future problem. We've been told there's a certain likelihood that something bad will happen in the future. At the moment, we've been told that's an existential crisis, and we'll get into that in a bit. But that therefore drives a current action that we've been told we need to take now that has a certain cost and has some likelihood of success at averting that future problem. So typically, that's an insurance product that you might buy. That's an example that you're all familiar with. You don't spend the value of your house on insurance premiums every year. Why? Because the risk and the severity interact so that that number becomes quite small. The problem with the debate at the moment is that we've been told that this is an existential crisis that will certainly happen, and that then generates an at any cost mindset. So we then fix the problem, and anything we can throw at it is worth throwing at it, because if we don't, we're all going to die. So, and it's actually worse than that, because we've been told not only it would be rational to say, okay, let's put out let's outlay a large cost to fix this problem. But what we've been told instead is that no, there's no cost. We can do this for free. We can actually get rich doing it. We can become a superpower. So there's it's worse. Yep. All right. So I've got a Jenga block up here of the lies we've been told about the problem, and then I've got another Jenga block for the solution. But think about this as just the steps in the leading up to how you justify that there is a problem and what we should do about it. And like a Jenga block, if you pull any one of these out, everything else rests on it, and so the whole thing can fall down. So I'll just step us through it really quickly. The climate's going to change irreversibly, is what we're told. Human emissions are evil, that this is an existential threat, that humans have the power to stop it, that this is really urgent, so therefore we'll get to net zero by 2050. That's the proposed solution. And then from Australia's context, what we're going to do about it, well, that's 82% renewables by 2030, apparently, and that rests on its own Jenga block, which is that Australia's actions are globally significant, that wind and solar are the cheapest form of power, that we can get rich doing this, that the market will achieve this, that your standard of living won't suffer. So all of those, I think, can be challenged, and both of those Jenga blocks, very, very fragile and will fall down. Let's get into some of the lies underpinning the problem. First thing to quickly note is that human emissions are evil is something we get told very often. Look, let's just level with ourselves. You look around the room, every single thing here, the chairs you're sitting on, the building materials, what you ate for morning tea, the clothes you're wearing, they're touched by fossil fuels in some way. And that has an attributed emissions related to it. And that is a good thing insofar as it has underpinned human welfare and prosperity and flourishing for the past 100 or so years. The Industrial Revolution is a story of leverage, energy leverage of our inputs to create more outputs so that we can all flourish. So to the extent that emissions underpin human flourishing and prosperity, they are good. They might have some side effects, but that's my starting position. They are good as long as it underpins human prosperity. It's very clear that high energy societies are prosperous, long-living societies. That's undeniable. Very, very correlated. So the next lie we've been told is that this represents an existential threat to our society. Now, this is where we have to dig in a little bit to the science, and I won't spend too long here, but there's one main body, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, which consistently puts out a lot of stuff on this. You may have heard the term global boiling, that's where this is from. They have several reports, which if you dig into are quite interesting to look at, but they've got models about how the climate crisis is going to play out. And I've got some quotes on the screen there. It's a bunch of bad stuff, but even if you dig into their reports, there are actually mixed reports about what will actually happen. So they're predicting cyclones and droughts and everything like that. But even when you come to something like crop yield, which is at the bottom of the page there's a decline, well, their models predict there's a decline in some parts of Australia and the world, but an increase in other parts. And as CO2 concentration increases, an overall increase in yields. So mixed results even within their own analysis. And they also very clearly note that no, tropical cyclones and those kinds of extreme weather events have not increased in frequency. The data very clearly shows that. So look, IPCC, not necessarily telling a rosy story, but even within their own story, once you look into the details, it's a little bit more complicated than the world is about to end. Right, the US Department of Energy released a report earlier this year. If you haven't seen this or read this, I really encourage you, just Google US Department of Energy climate report. It's a really interesting thing. Just read the executive summary. All these quotes here are from the executive summary, and I think it's just got a very realistic take. It's a conglomeration of all the latest science, but from a rational, level-headed point of view. So it's saying climate change is real, it deserves attention, but it's not the greatest threat facing humanity. It's not existential. It's saying the climate models that are on offer actually tend to run hot and offer little guidance about how the Earth's climate will respond to increasing levels of CO2. And I'm sure most of you in this room have been around for long enough to know that most of the climate model predictions actually haven't come true over the last several decades. So, encourage you to read that report. So the overall point of that is that changes the paradigm for our risk management. If there isn't going to be an existential threat with extreme likeliness, then that changes how much we ought to do right now to fix the problem, or it should at least influence it. Let's get into some of the lies we get told about the solution that Australia is being told to take here. We've been told that Australia's emissions are globally significant, which is just not true. That's the graph of world emissions, and there's the Australian line down the bottom. Look, and I'm open to the argument that Australia should be in step with some of the larger emitters. So if China and India want to start reducing their emissions, we should go in line with them. I'm open to that, but the reality is if Australia dropped off the map overnight, it would not impact the climate. And so you've got to wonder, if we outlay so much cost and we're not even having an impact on the climate, what's the point of that? I think we could honestly stop there, but we'll keep going. The next big lie that we get told is that wind and solar are the cheapest form of power, and that is going to lead to extreme prosperity for Australia. We'll camp out here for a bit because this is my area of expertise. We just lost an election where nuclear was on the table. It would have been one of the ways we could thread the needle here. It's not. It's not an option anymore. Here are some of the luminaries we have in the parliament telling us that wind and solar are the cheapest form of power. The sun doesn't send a bill. The wind doesn't send a bill. Well, the quip that I've heard in response to that is, well, then why do I still have a bill in my mailbox? But the next thing we're told is that we can actually become a renewable energy superpower, and this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for us. I'm going to spend a little bit of time now just digging down into why wind and solar, in particular, renewables, are a really expensive way to run an electricity grid. So net zero depends on the decarbonisation of several sectors of our society. So there is firstly the electricity grid, mainly historically coal-fired power generation. Then there's the things that we normally have, petrol and diesel, driving cars, trucks, tractors, all that kind of stuff. The plan for them is to decarbonise that by electrifying all of that equipment. Notice that relies on cheap electricity. And then the last quarter is hard to abate or hard to electrify sectors. So that would be aviation, long distance haulage, so your long distance trucking, your trains and your shipping, and then things like steel production and certain chemical processes. The plan for that is green hydrogen, which requires electricity to make. So the point there is that everything here relies on cheap electricity to get us to a sustainable, economically sustainable net zero transition. I'm going to step us through why cheap electricity is a pipe dream under renewables. This is 1 week's worth of power generation in the national electricity market, which is the east coast of Australia. This is New South Wales in particular. You've got the black lines there are coal-fired power generation, and then you've got the yellow dips is where solar is taking some of that generation. South Australia looks a little different. South Australia has a lot of wind, which is the green, and then a bunch of solar, and then some gas, which is orange, and then some imports from Victorian brown coal. Just my point here is that if you look at that, there's a whole period where wind takes the entire generation on the grid, and there's a whole period where solar is taking almost the entire generation. And then when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine, there's a whole period when gas backs it up. So you have a system that is now 3 times. You need enough wind to power the entire thing, enough solar to power the entire thing, and enough gas. And then we haven't even started talking about batteries and synchronous condensers and all the other gear that you need to put onto the grid. So the point there is that a renewables-based system is several times bigger in terms of capital expenditure, the amount of equipment you need to deploy onto the grid, than a baseload power system. And that is what sends you the bill. An oversized system is not cheap. This is the actual size of our generation capacity in the grid over the last 2 decades. You can see it was relatively stable until about 10 years ago, and it's doubled since then, and we're only just getting started. We've got to go a long way further than that. And that is what's driving the cost of our power system. Why have we ever thought that it was a good idea to get there? That's where the government planning documents come in. There's 2 in particular, CSIRO's Gen Cost and the market operators, AEMO, their integrated system plan. I won't go into all the details here because we don't quite have time, but safe to say there are really significant flaws in all of them, and bendings of the truth, cherry picking of the data to make it seem as though renewables is the cheapest form of power. Even the latest CSIRO Roseanne cost has the levelised cost of energy at 90% renewables at $176 per megawatt hour, and we think that's well north of 200 once you actually include the right assumptions. And to put that number in context, New South Wales has had power at roughly $50, 30 to 50 a megawatt hour for the last several decades. So that's, let's just say 4x the last few decades power prices. So that's even by their own admission. But then they monkey with the numbers so it looks like coal is even more expensive in their report. The integrated system plan has similar flaws. That's the kind of scenario planning analysis that the market operator do. They basically say, what if we tried all these different things? Let's try and structure a grid with this much solar and this much wind and everything else, and see which one comes out the cheapest, and we'll build that one. The problem with that is that every single scenario that they try is constrained by policy to be matching that 82% renewables by 2030. So they don't even test a scenario where we don't go the net zero path at all. That's a problem because it's consistently misinterpreted as though it is doing that by the policymakers. And so they say, well, we've tested everything and renewables came out the cheapest. No, we haven't tested everything. It was constrained never to test all those scenarios. There are a bunch of other flaws in that report. Don't have time to go through them all now, but this is in particular my organisation's area of expertise. We've got plenty on our website if you want to look that up and see what we've said about that. None of that's surprising. If you look around the world and you look at the share of renewable generation in electricity grids and you compare that with power prices, every single country that tries to have a high penetration of renewables, wind and solar, in their grid ends up with high power prices. There's no one in the bottom right corner of that graph. All right, so it's now very clear, and it will only become more clear, that wind and solar are an extremely expensive way to power a grid. So those two lies down the bottom dealt with. The next one is that we've been told is that the market will achieve this, that there's all this investment waiting to happen from these big companies who just want to deploy lots of wind and solar assets onto the grid, and that's not true either. Despite massive amounts of subsidies, we're only going at 1/3 of the pace required to meet that 2030 target, and there are no wind and solar projects going ahead without subsidies. So the market's not achieving it. What that means is that if we want to achieve it, which the government does, there'll just be more and more expenditure going onto the public taxpayer bill. Yep. Subsidies, and then ultimately customers and taxpayers will wear the bill. All right, final lie is that your standard of living won't suffer, and it will. We've already dropped from one of the cheapest countries in the world for power prices to one of the more expensive, and we'll continue to drop in that ranking. This is the OECD cheapest power rankings. And power underpins so much of our economy. Cheap electricity and energy is what flows into so many other things. So if you raise the cost of energy as a base input, you raise the cost of everything else. We're just getting started. This is the amount of transmission we have to build over the next 5 to 10 years. Don't worry too much, it's an extremely busy graph. Just look at all the blobs on the graph and how they all fall in the 2025 to 2035 range. That's all the crisscrossing poles and wires we need to build all across the state, pissing off farmers, by the way, more than just pissing off, abrogating their rights. And that's a mind-boggling figure, and the costs for those projects are already blowing out by several billions of dollars because there are not enough workers to actually even complete them. But that timeline is very, very aggressive. And then you have all the generation and everything else to match. So there's the two Jenga blocks. I hope you can see now that poke a couple of those blocks out and the whole thing falls down. Where does that leave us? Look, I've tried to kind of parody the first slide I put up and put a more reasonable take on. Now, you may disagree with some of the things on there, but at least it's a rational, more level-headed way to put it. And the tragedy about this is that it was never put to the Australian people that this was going to cost. We were always told we can save the world and we can do it for free. In fact, we can get rich doing it. And I expect that if if a politician wants to come and say, hey guys, we need to save the world, it's going to cost us this much, that would be a rational way to do it. It's very clear now that it costs a lot, and I don't think the Australian people would take that deal if it was offered to them with the actual facts on the table. Australian people have not figured out that the energy transition is costing them. This is the Mood of the Nation survey. They're still very positive about renewables and about carbon emissions reduction targets, but they are also very concerned about electricity bills. So they haven't put two and two together. They don't know that the energy transition is driving up their bills. They will figure it out eventually. And they're concerned about groceries too. But yeah, it's surprising that electricity bills are the second on that list. That's the thing they care about more than rent. So we'll stop there, and maybe I'll take a few questions because I see I've got some time left. But yeah, it's very clear now that the energy transition is going to cost an exorbitant amount of money, and I think it should be stopped. Thank you.
Jude, how would you power your house? And actually, how do you power your house?
How would I? From the grid with the grid power. I do not have solar panels, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And like, electricity, gas connections, batteries.
Just electricity, yeah. And yeah, it's actually clear now that solar panels on rooftops are causing large market distortions. Solar panels don't make money anymore for users because everyone's outputting solar into the grid at the same time. So the price on the wholesale market goes negative. So that's a whole different story, but yeah.
In the middle here.
Yep.
Thanks, yes. Sophie, is it? Yeah, Sophie.
Sophie York, Jude, thank you for that. It's fantastic, and we all want those slides. Just a quick one. Isn't it true that even though some of the search engines like Google and whatever are putting out all the wind and solar baloney as though it's gospel, that they themselves, Apple, Google, all these big corporations, are actually investing in nuclear purchases because they are aware that they do not have a reliable source of energy going into the future, particularly with the advent of AI. Do you know about that, and can you share your comment about that?
Yeah. So you're referring to particularly the 3 Mile Island nuclear stuff in the US, which is where some big tech companies have bought their own nuclear power plant, basically, and are using it to power their data centres for AI. And yes, data centres require stable baseload generation. You can't have a data centre that switches off when the sun stops shining. So that's why they're all turning to nuclear, and they need a huge amount of energy. Yeah.
We'll just take one more question. As much as we'd love to continue this discussion all day, it's opened up a range of questions, but one more before our next speaker. Thank you.
Just a very quick one. Will it take a major blackout to get people to shake out of their comfort zone?
Probably. Unfortunately, it will probably take a crisis, a real crisis, of extremely high prices or blackouts. But that's the job of everyone in this room, to gently and firmly, whenever they have conversations about power prices, just to point that out to people. Your power prices are rising because of the net zero. And be ready for the counter narrative. Be ready for expensive and unreliable coal, which is what we'll get told is to blame for rising prices. So yeah, that's all of our jobs. Thank you.
Well, Jude, thank you very much for that. I think that gets all of our blood boiling. You can see that it's just lies that underpin our public policy in this nation, and it's quite empirical. It's not difficult, and yet our politics is being driven by something else. So, Jude, thank you so much for that talk. That was incredibly illuminating, and we only give him a big hand. And we have a small token of our appreciation, Jude. Appreciate you being away from your family today. We're going to continue with this theme, and I believe Jude will be around for a little while at lunchtime too if you want to have a chat to him. Our next speaker is someone I've really admired for many, many years, who's been in this debate even before we'd even heard the term net zero, and that's Professor Ian Plimer. And he's Australia's best-known geologist. He's Emeritus Professor of Earth Sciences at the University of Melbourne, where he was Professor. and head of Earth Sciences after serving at the University of Newcastle. He has a long and distinguished career in geology. I'm not going to read his whole bio, but his books on this subject of climate change have been very influential. A number of years ago, I read his book, Climate Change Delusion and the Great Electricity Rip-Off. That was published in about 2018. He's written many books on this subject. I've heard him in this debate right since probably over the last 20 years. I've never heard any refutation of the points that he's making. I think what he said has stood the test of time. I'm open to the idea that maybe humans are causing catastrophic disaster, although I think Jude's showed that it's not. But I'm very keen to hear Professor Plimer. I'm glad his voice is still in the public square, and we're very privileged to have him up here from Adelaide today. So please give a big warm welcome to Professor Ian Plimer.
Oh no, we're going to fry and die. We're warming. We've got global boiling. We've had the hottest summer. Well, my answer is, since when? Because since the time of Jesus, it's actually cooled. We've cooled about 5 degrees Celsius. Why did the Romans have scanty clothing? Why did they go grapes up in Yorkshire? Why did they have olives up the Rhine River as far as Bonn? It was warmer. And then in Viking times, it was cooler. And we've warmed up since Viking times. And then in medieval times, it's actually, since then, we've cooled. And it was about 5 degrees Celsius warmer. Eric the Red was saying, come to Greenland. Fabulous pastures. They grew barley, they grew wheat, they had cattle, they had sheep, they could dig graves instead of having permafrost. It was much warmer 1,000 years ago. And then we entered the Little Ice Age. And it was colder, of course, extremely cold when the sun got a bit lazy. And the last period the sun was lazy was 300 odd years ago, called the Maunder Minimum. And since the Little Ice Age ended, what do you think happened? Well, after the Little Ice Age, it's going to warm up, isn't it? And that's what's happened. We've been warming. So the real question is, which part of the modern warming is of human origin and which part is natural? Because we are not as warm as in medieval times or in Roman times or in Minoan times. And if you go back even further, looking at the ice cores, we oscillate in climate between when we're closer to the sun or when we're further away. These Milankovitch cycles have been known for only 100 years, and we are at a period of time now when we're a little bit closer to the sun. And that started 14,400 years ago. It was a Tuesday, by the way. And we started to warm up, and about 8,500 years ago, we reached the peak of our interglacial, and that lasted for about 4,000 years. Now, you can see it from here. Go across to Narrabeen. Have a look at Long Reef. Have a look at the nick in the cliff beneath the cliffs and just above the rock platform. That was from about 5,000 years ago, when sea level was 2 metres higher than now. So we've had sea level drop in this area. We know that because we've had that nick all the way up eastern Australia. But earlier, sea level rose. That's why we've got the drowned river valleys like Sydney Harbour or the Hawkesbury. We know that recently there's been no sea level change. Fort Denison has had a measuring station there since it was built. And Fort Denison was built to keep out the Russian Navy in the Crimean War. And it was finished after the Crimean War finished. And it kept out the Russian Navy. It's done a great job. But they have a measuring station there. We have had no significant change in sea level. But you cannot measure sea level without measuring land level changes. We have in Adelaide a measuring station at Port Adelaide, a post out beyond Port Adelaide, and sea level has been rising. Well, it hasn't. A review of all the surveys shows that the post has been sinking. So this comes to the fundamentals of science, and that is measurement. How do you measure things? We know that the land level has risen in Scandinavia, which once had 5 kilometres of ice on it. When it started to melt on that Tuesday, 14,400 years ago, that ice went and Scandinavia has been rising. The King of Finland wanted to increase taxation. All governments and despots have been doing that for decades, thousands of years, and so had waterfront land surveyed. We know waterfront surveys from the 17th century. That land has got bigger because the land has been rising. The castle of Turku, which was built in the 13th century, that castle was on an island in the Gulf of Bosnia. I've walked to it because the land has risen. We go to the biblical city of Ephesus, mentioned in St. Paul, mentioned in the Old Testament. Now, Ephesus was a port. It's now inland. It's now 7 metres above sea level. Nearby is the city of Lydia, where gold coins were first minted and invented. I've been down the main street of Lydia in a yacht. It was about 4 metres beneath me. So the land goes up and down all the time, as does sea level. And you cannot argue that climate change is producing sea level change unless you start to look at what the land is doing. And we have Tuvalu as the poster child. Tuvalu, oh my God, we're going to be flooded and we're going to be inundated. Give us some money and that won't happen. That's the story we're being told. Well, go back into history. Charles Lyell in 1831 wrote a textbook called The Principles of Geology. And he argued that there were volcanoes in the oceans, coral reefs grew on them, and the volcano subsided and the coral kept growing up. And Charles Darwin was fascinated by that, and he went and visited all these atolls in the Pacific, and he then measured what he thought was a rate of coral growth, and he sketched in his 1842 book on coral reefs, showing that there was a volcano with a fringing coral reef. That volcano subsided, which is no different from sea level rise, and an atoll kept growing and growing and growing. And in 1896, your government here in New South Wales paid for a drill hole in Tuvalu. That was supervised by Professor Sir Edgeworth David from the University of Sydney. That drill hole went down 938 feet on Tuvalu. It went through coral all the way. And he was from the fossils able to get the age of the coral, and he was able to show the rate of sea level rise, never hit the volcano beneath. And it was only when there was drilling done in the Marshall Islands, getting ready for atomic bomb testing, that we actually knew how far that volcano was down below. And it was about 3 kilometres. And in the case of the Marshall Islands, 34 million years ago, sea levels really started to change. That, of course, is when the Ice Age started, our current Ice Age, which I come back to. So we hear a lot of rubbish about sea level change, and it is absolute total rubbish. And we don't have people asking the simple question, and the really simple question to say is, well, if people are saying sea level's rising, the question is say, well, show me. You don't have to know any science, just show me. You need to do this to your medicos, you need to do to anyone who's trying to open your wallet. Just show me. So the ice is a very, very good indicator of climate change. For less than 20% of time, we've had ice sheets on the Earth. We're actually in a very rare period of time where we've got ice. And that's happened 6 times in the past, where we've had 6 great ice ages. Where I live in South Australia, we have in the Flinders Ranges 2 of these great ice ages. Those ice ages were when we had kilometre-thick sheets of ice at sea level, at the equator, and sea level had dropped 600 metres. And when that ice melted, sea level rose 600 metres. And we've got ice which retreated and left behind debris that are picked up going across the surface, bits of rock and soil and paddle pop sticks and fingernails and these sort of things. And it retreated, and we think it was about minus 40 Celsius. We don't know. But on top of it was a limey rock, shallow marine rock. And so sea level rose from beneath the continental shelf, over in the abyssal deeps, up 600 metres, and warm water covered the glacial debris. And from various chemical fingerprints in that limey rock, we can say that the water temperature was plus 40 degrees Celsius. There is no ocean with those temperatures now. So we had an 80 degrees Celsius change in temperature and a 600 metre change in sea level. Now, I call that climate change. And it was rapid, and it didn't happen once. It happened a number of times. And we geologists are faced with a problem. These are the biggest climate changes we've ever seen in the history of the planet, and we don't know why. Science is never settled. Science is a very important pursuit because science is married to evidence, and you collect that evidence from measurement, you collect it from experiments, you collect it from observation, and you come up with an explanation, which we call a theory. Now, you might find new evidence, or someone might review your evidence and say, wait a minute, you've made a mistake. Someone might say, well, this is not in accord with other evidence, so you have to abandon that theory. And that's what's called the coherence criterion in science. So if I have a theory of climate change that humans drive global warming, that has to be in accord with everything that's validated from the past. Now, it isn't. There is no way in the past that the massive climate changes in the past are related to carbon dioxide. We have had 6 major ice ages on planet Earth. 6 of the 6 started when there was more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than now. Now, for some of those, it was considerably more. For 4 of those ice ages, it was up to 20% carbon dioxide in the atmosphere compared with 0.04 now. So carbon dioxide clearly cannot drive warming. We can validate that. Look at ice cores, and we can measure from volcanic ash when the ice formed and the rate of ice formation. We can measure from sulfuric acid in the ice cores, the same sort of thing. And we can measure from chemical fingerprints the temperature that the ice formed at, and there's little bits of air that were trapped in the snow that got compressed into ice. And these fluid inclusions of air, we can measure those and work out how much carbon dioxide was in the old atmosphere. And we see that we have cycles of climate, and the best we've got is about 8 of the last big cycles, and they are in ice from Greenland. These are deep holes. These go down to as far as we can get data. We can't get older data for a very good reason, that ice forms in basins in Greenland in Antarctica. And that ice moves uphill before it then flows downhill into a glacier. It's not melting when you get glaciers calving. It's due to when you compress ice, it will flow. And ice is like glass. You can bend glass over a long period of time, or you hit it with a hammer and it breaks. The same with ice. You can bend it, or you can hit it with a hammer. Now, when you bend it, new crystals of ice form. And we see that in glaciers. At the head of the glacier, there's tiny crystals. At the toe of the glacier, after it's recrystallised and recrystallised and recrystallised as it's moving down slope, you get big crystals of ice. So the ice is moving out of the glacier, up and then down the glaciers onto the sea. That's why we can't get really old ice at the bottom of our ice sheets. So these drill holes, we can tell again from these chemical fingerprints and inclusions of air and bits of volcanic ash that we're getting cycles. And these cycles are every 100,000 years, every 40,000 years, and every 20,000 years. And these are Milankovitch cycles. The first is where we go from a circular to an elliptical orbit. The second is where the axis of the Earth changes a little bit. Again, with both of those, you get closer or further to the sun. And the third one is you wobble a bit like a top and get closer or further from the sun. We've measured those cycles, we've known about them for 100 years, and we see them preserved in the ice. And each time it's been warmer in the past, in those interglacials, it was much warmer than now, and we had long periods, much longer than our current interglacial. So when you hear about the climate is unprecedented, that's absolutely, totally unmitigated rubbish. The past gives us a very different story. So again, I follow on from the previous speaker talking about lies. What we're dealing with is not science, because the theory that human emissions of carbon dioxide drive global warming has never been shown. It has never been shown that human emissions drive global warming. And if you could show it, then you'd have to show that the 97% of natural emissions don't drive global warming. That hasn't been done also. Now, natural emissions come from the oceans, from volcanoes, from breathing out. And if you're really passionate about net zero and really concerned about net zero, there's a simple solution. You breathe in air at 0.04% carbon dioxide, you metabolise all the carbon-bearing foods you ate to build up your carbon-rich body, and you breathe out carbon dioxide. And you breathe out 4% carbon dioxide. So if you are passionate about global warming, drop dead. Really simple, drop dead. You cannot argue with the data because you can measure carbon dioxide in the air. It would be about 1,000 parts per million in this room, 1,200 at the optimum level we should have on planet Earth to make plants grow. So carbon dioxide is the gas of life. And we see geologically that we've had a decrease in carbon dioxide as soon as we got the appearance of organisms that have shells, that have skeletons, and that have an epidermis that's got a lot of carbon compounds in it. And we've had, over the last 520 million years, we've had a decrease from 0.7% carbon dioxide in the atmosphere to 0.04. In fact, the chap who founded Greenpeace, Dr. Patrick Moore, who wrote the foreword of my book, Not for Greens, which upset the Gillard government so much they spent $500,000 of your money setting up a website attacking me, which was good because you're hitting home when they start to do things like that. You know you're hurting them. He argues, he's the founder of Greenpeace, a bit on the left for me, but he's a friend, but he argued that we humans should be burning limestone, making cement and putting carbon dioxide back where it came from. That's in the atmosphere. We should be burning fossil fuels. Put the carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere where it came from, because we are now at a dangerously low level in the atmosphere. If we halved it, we would have no plant life on Earth. With no plants, we have no animals. We're gone. So what we're hearing about carbon dioxide is total, absolute nonsense. It is the gas of life. It is not poisonous. Yes, it's colourless. Yes, it's odourless. Yes, it's tasteless. But you can scare people with things you don't see and don't smell, like radioactivity, like a virus, like a bacterium, like carbon dioxide. You can scare people. But it's very simple. Ask the question, how much carbon dioxide is in the atmosphere? And most people can't give you the answer. Then say, well, how much was there in the atmosphere, say, 500 million years ago? No one knows the answer. If you take it 1 billion years ago, it was 20%. And what happened? We had ice ages, and when the ice lifted, life just thrived. So we know from the fossil record, every time we've had high carbon dioxide, life has exploded. Life has taken off. And then we hear another piece of misinformation, that we are in the 6th great mass extinction. Well, yes, we've had 5 mass extinctions of life, and this is where you wipe out more than 50% of species, up to 96% of species in the Permian mass extinction. And we've had many minor mass extinctions. But throughout the history of time, we've had a species turnover. So critters are always becoming extinct, and the new ecology is being filled by other critters. That's normal. So yes, we are having critters go extinct. But all that's telling us is we're in normal times. And we are having a species turnover. And just because an organism becomes extinct, it doesn't mean that that ecology becomes a desert or is ruined. Something else fills the ecology. And what we forget are my favourite organisms. We never hear about them. They are the largest biomass on Earth, and that's bacteria. And bacteria have been around since we first got fossils of them in the Pilbara, and they're 2,764 million years old. That's only for half of the history of the planet. But bacteria, they live in ice, they live in clouds, they live in rocks. The first 4 kilometres underneath your feet is teeming with bacteria. They live in soils. Your body has 90% of your cells are bacterial. You are a creeping colony of critters. 15% of your weight is bacteria. They live in acid conditions. They live in alkaline conditions. There's bacteria out at Arkaroola in the far north Flinders Ranges where there's radioactive hot springs at 52 Celsius and bacteria are thriving in there. There are algal mats in there. So that is the ultimate survivor. And we even think that there's bacteria on Mars, and we think that some of them have been transferred from Mars to Earth. All you have to remember is ALH 84001, look it up. That's a meteorite in which these were found, a Martian meteorite. So the main life on Earth we ignore, and that's bacteria. And what do bacteria do? Well, they emit gases of life. We hear about the Amazon being the lungs of the Earth. No, it's slime in the ocean. It is slime that sucks up carbon dioxide and gives out oxygen. Yes, the Amazon's important, but it's the slime is much, much more important. So almost everything you hear is absolute nonsense. We hear that, the change in climate is the most rapid we've ever seen in the history of Earth. No, not at all. We have very good records from geology, archaeology and chemistry to show that a period of time called the Younger Dryas was when it suddenly got cold. And this is in our current interglacial. This was at about 9,000 years ago when we had a break-up of the Canadian ice sheet and it just dropped huge amounts of ice into the Atlantic Ocean. The top of the ocean became very cold and it was fresh water, and underneath was warmer saline water. And it took about 1,500 years for the ice to flip and the oceans to start to warm. But during that time, we humans got smart. We invented villages, but they were fortified villages. There had to be warfare going on to have fortified villages. We invented animal husbandry. We invented agriculture. So that climate change, we had a temperature drop of about 15 degrees Celsius. And it obviously warmed up since then. How quickly? Oh, well, it was only 15 degrees Celsius in 2 decades. That's a rate faster than anything that's measured today that's used to frighten you. So the past is telling us a completely different story. This is why the IPCC, this is why the CSIRO and other groups never talk about the past. Because they know that the past is telling them a different story, it's not in accord with their theory, therefore you must reject their theory, but they won't do it because most of the people promoting these ideas are eminently unemployable and they live off your taxes, frightening us witless and living in climate institutes around the world. And what happens is, and we heard Bella talk earlier about the schools, what happens is that kids at school are being frightened. They are having a huge amount of stress because the world is going to end. Now, in one of my books, I just wrote the 2,000-year history of people predicting the end of the world. Now, we're still here. So every one of them had to be incorrect. If one of them was right, we wouldn't be here. So they're wrong. And it's obvious that kids are being polluted. Kids are not being taught how to think. They're not being taught how to critically think. And they're not actually being taught respect, which is a word that Mr Albanese used a lot recently. I was at the Ballarat Bush Summit where he got heckled by farmers for every good reason, as was the Premier. And he was talking about, give me some respect. And the farmer's reply was very simple. You respect us, and then we will respect you. So our kids are being taught absolute total rubbish and propaganda. Now, I went to school just up near here, Normanhurst Boys High School. You've got to get the apostrophe right on the boys. And if we didn't do our Latin homework, we were caned. And that was the only way you could learn Latin, because our Latin teacher, he could hurt you. And if I told my parents I didn't do my Latin homework, I'd get belted also. And I was in a state school. We did Latin, French, German, English, mathematics, history, geography, physics and chemistry. That was a state school. And if we had come out with any of this rubbish, we would have been asked to explain why. And at the age of 12, I knew the first 20 elements in the periodic table, and that is the basis of understanding all of science. Kids today don't know that. They don't know. If you ask them a simple question, what's the molecular weight of this gas that's going to kill you, carbon dioxide, it's 44 by the way, they don't know it. They should know the basics before they can have an opinion and before they can even get an informed opinion. So we are driving kids into, to me, intellectual poverty. And we heard earlier about what is the greatest threat. I think one of the greatest threat we've got is the dumbing down of our education system, coupled with stupidity. And that has led to, I think, an absolute disaster. And that's why I wrote these 3 little books, which I'll be selling at lunchtime. It's the way of paying my airfares up and back. This one's for 8-year-old kids, and it's for ankle biters. And what do 8-year-old kids roll about laughing about? Well, it's body functions. So I talk about what you eat and how you get rid of it. With poo, with wee. I go into the chemistry of wee, in kids' language. Farting, of course. They roll around giggling with laughter. And why does that happen? I go into snot, which kids love. And basically, I'm trying to tell young kids that without carbon, you don't live. And you get carbon in that food. The second one is for teens, and we know what they're like. They're horrible, and they'll open the fridge door. It'll be packed with food, and they'll say, "There's nothing to eat," or they'll take a moral stance with you that you're driving an internal combustion engine, whereas Johnny's parents, they're driving an electric vehicle. Simple. Just point out that electric vehicle has cobalt in it. It's mined by kids your age who are slaves in the Congo working for Chinese companies. They die in these underground mines. They die in the open pits, and they die of cobalt poisoning. Is that fair? I think you've got to impose moral arguments on younger children because these moral arguments actually hit home. One of the other arguments I use is that we've been through fads in the history of time, the South Sea bubble, the Dutch tulip craze, but I go into the fad of burning witches. And in the Maunder minimum, it was bitterly cold, and harvest after harvest after harvest failed. It was obviously due to the witches. So they were rounded up and burnt. And I've got a graph in there showing the number of witches that were burnt plotted against temperature. And as soon as it started to warm up after the Maunder minimum, we stopped burning witches. Therefore, witches must have controlled the bad harvests. That's the proof. And I'm trying to get kids to think about logic. There are some ridiculous logical arguments that are used, and you have to be able to tear them apart as a child. And the third one is for 20s and wrinklies, which includes most of this room. And this is just, again, written in the punter's language with a few diagrams like that one there showing the cycles of cooling and warming. The warm is in the darker colour and the cool is no colour. We just get cycles of warming. And we geologists know these cycles. Every time you have the continents pull apart or stitch together, that's every 400 million years. We know that. We've measured it. We can still measure it. Every 143 million years, we're in the wrong address in the galaxy. We can measure it. That's when you get massive ice ages. Every 100,000 years, 40,000 years and 20,000 years, we're closer or further from the sun. They're the Milankovitch cycles, the orbital cycles. We've just recently discovered a cycle due to Mars every 2.5 million years. We don't understand that. So science can never be settled. And then we have solar cycles every 10,000 years, 1,500 years, 217 years, 87 years and 22 years. We've known that 22-year cycle for over 300 years. And then we have lunar tidal nodes every 18.7 years. We push warm water into the Arctic. Just look at when the Northwest Passage was open. That's every 18.7 years because we push warm water up into there. We know there were 60-year cycles in the oceans. The Chinese had their calendars based on 60 years because this gave them good and bad harvests. So the third booklet is to give you the basics for an argument. So just to finish off, I argue that this nonsense about climate change will never change people's minds on the science, because this is the new religion. This is the new religion where there's sin, where you pay penance, where you can buy indulgences, where there's a holy book, which is the IPCC, which no one's read and understands, and we have the high priests. Some of them fail, like your Tim Flannerys of the world, but it is the new religion. What will change is a crisis. It will be a financial crisis or a war, but unfortunately that's going to be when we change. Let's hope it's not too late. But I believe this is an attack on freedom. This is an attack on everything that Western civilization stands for. And Western civilization started in Greek times, and then with Christianity, then with Justinian law, and then a stepwise change upward, forward and backwards over the 2,000 years since then. This is an attack on everything that's important to us. It's an attack on the family. It's an attack on your pocketbook. It's an attack on logic. It's an attack on common sense. And once we used to use logic, once we had governments that actually didn't chase votes from Greens, they looked after the welfare of this country. Now, the people who are suffering from this are the poor people. They cannot pay their bills. They cannot put on a solar system on their roof. They are being absolutely wiped out. I think we're dealing with the biggest scientific fraud that there has been in the history of time. I think we're dealing with governments who are absolutely and totally leaderless. You cannot attack the Labor government if you're a Liberal for their views on climate, because the Libs were just as bad. And I think that from my experience by working in totalitarian countries, and I worked a number of times in Iran, many times in Turkey, I've worked 20 times in Saudi, and I'm still working there. And in fact, I've got a book coming out at CPAC in 3 weeks' time, just of short stories, which I wrote at the time of my experiences with totalitarianism. I think we're creeping towards totalitarianism. And the final comment to give proof of that is that there is a Senate inquiry headed by a Green, dominated by Labor. Fortunately, Matt Canavan sits on that committee, and that inquiry is looking at disinformation and misinformation in climate change. Now, they're aiming at people like me, and they're obviously going to make it illegal for people to make contrary comments to the government mantra. And that, to me, is the epitome of totalitarianism, which I've seen in these countries I've worked in. I've spent also a couple of months in the Soviet Union. I can smell it coming. And so I think we have to be prepared for it. I think the minor parties are the only solution to this. The major parties have dropped their ball. They are only looking over their shoulder at city electorates, and they're not looking at rural electorates who are being destroyed. We're destroying the environment by putting in these wind factories and solar factories and farmland with these renewable energy zones. We are destroying this country, and I hope I can live long enough to say, well, you were wrong, I told you so, and you've changed your policy. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure who's more scary, Greta Thunberg or Ian Plimer. You can choose after listening to that. Ian, we are very grateful that you made the trip up today. Ian makes no secret of the fact, obviously as a geologist, that he has an association with the mining industry. Well, in true form today is FIFO, fly in, fly out, and he very kindly has come up from Adelaide for us at his own expense, and we're very grateful for that. So thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it. We've got a small token. I don't think it's South Australian, Ian, but hopefully it's from. It might be the cool climate variety, but hopefully it's a good libation. Please avail yourself of Ian's books at lunchtime. He's hanging around. Have a chat. Make sure he gets some lunch, and that'll be great. After lunch, we'll be back here at what time? It's 12:30, 1:15 sharp. We are a political party. This morning has been about policy and commentary, and that's important. This afternoon is going to be about the politics, kicking off right after lunch with our own Jack Snelling, talking about our federal election experience and learnings there. So please enjoy your lunch. Spill out into this room so that we make... Hang on, Rita's got... Hold. Oh, terrific. Great. Excellent, great. I'm glad that Rita is here to give me the correct instruction. So there is a room outside with some tables. There's also a lovely terrace out the front, first in, best dressed. Please have your lunch as quickly as possible and be back in here by 1:15. Thank you very much. especially with the after lunch session. So please continue to make your way in. Thank you very much. We'll get going very, very shortly.
Right now.
Where is Mr. Snelling? Okay, and just a heads up to our state chairs and campaign directors that you guys are on straight after Jack, and we'll bring you up and sit you on, so we'll move straight into that as soon as Mr. Snelling's finished.
Sorry, I don't understand.
All right. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Appreciate it. We're running just a smidge behind time, but we'll make that up, I'm sure. Well, who's feeling refreshed after a good lunch? Yeah, excellent. Is the catering good here? Very good. Yes, it was. So thank you. Thank you to Rita for suggesting this venue, and the staff here have been terrific. Now, we don't want anyone to fall asleep in this session, all right? So if the person next to you is looking a bit, a bit dozy, just give them a good elbow. And let's settle in. We're going to have you all out of here by 4 o'clock this afternoon, sharp, so we don't have too much to go. We've got a number of good speakers still to come. Our last speaker for the day is going to be the Honourable John Ruddick, who's a member of the New South Wales Legislative Council, and he's in a fellow minor party. People ask me every day, why don't the minor parties get together? Well, we don't agree on everything, but we can cooperate and collaborate where we can, and that's what this afternoon is about. So stay tuned for that. Well, our next speaker is Jack Snelling, who is a member of the Family First Federal Executive and one of the co-founders of Family First Mark II. Jack was a Labor member of the South Australian Parliament from 1997 to 2018. During that time, he held a number of ministerial roles, including that of Treasurer, and was Speaker of the House of Assembly from 2006 to 2010. Prior to his election to politics, Jack was an electoral officer, a staffer in the Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association, the Shoppies Union. Since leaving Parliament, Jack has continued to contribute to the community through involvement in charities and schools. He is currently the Chief Executive Officer of an Australian-based Christian aid and development agency committed to the sustainable alleviation of poverty through development projects in India, Kenya, Uganda and Pakistan. He has a busy post-political life, and one of the things he's doing in his spare time is assisting Family First, and he was our campaign director at the recent federal election. And so please welcome Jack Snelling.
Hello everyone, my name's Jack. I'm a recovering Labor politician. Thank you for having me here. It's lovely to see everyone here, and it's just been amazing to see how God has taken Family First and grown it in ways I could not have possibly predicted. So it's just wonderful to see everyone here. As Lyle said, I was the campaign director for the federal campaign, and I was, to say ably assisted would be to understate it, but I was ably assisted by the state campaign directors, and I want to pay particular tribute to them before I start. So firstly, Alex Todd from Queensland. Alex, stand up. And Roseanne Masters from New South Wales. That's Roseanne. And she might be, oh, she's just popped out. We'll grab her as she comes in and embarrass her. And Jane Hume from Victoria. Jane. I'm sorry. You know what? One time when I was Minister for Health, I introduced a bureaucrat. Her name was Sinead O'Brien, and I introduced her as Sinead O'Connor. So please, please excuse me. Jane Foreman. And in South Australia, we had a decentralised kind of arrangement, but Amanda Bro here and Deepa Matthew. Amanda. So, yeah, lovely to have everyone here. Now, I am not very good with technology, and if my PowerPoint looks like it's been designed by a 15-year-old boy, the reason is because it has. I got my son, I enlisted him, and offered to take him to Burger Theory if he did my PowerPoint presentation. So here we go. So if you see, if the Petronas Towers sort of imagery looks a bit odd, it's because he insisted to me that it would look good. So firstly, I think it's important just to understand what is our strategy, what were we trying to achieve? Well, firstly, we needed to raise awareness of the Family First brand. Family First had disappeared from the Australian political scene for a while, and so we were in many ways a startup. Yes, there's some residual knowledge of us, but we needed to lay the foundations. We did not particularly expect to get anyone elected, save a miracle, but we wanted to get the brand Family First in front of as many people as possible. So we had a strong focus on the Family First brand. We didn't talk too much about the attributes of individual candidates because it's the brand that's going to carry us forward, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. We've recently had qualitative research commissioned, and so 6 focus groups were conducted, 60 people in total, and it was interesting that of those people, 80% had a recall of the Family First brand, and overwhelmingly that was because they remembered us from the ballot box. So they might not have necessarily voted for us, but they were aware of us. And in any marketing, just people remembering your name is more than half the battle. So we achieved that. I pressed the button, Mark, but it's not doing anything. I'll try it again. There we go. So we had, oh no, my son's going to be devastated because the little icons haven't come up. Anyway, so we were seeking to pitch our message as widely as possible. So we were looking for that focus on our messaging that we thought would appeal to as many people as possible. So cost of living, obviously, everyone, I think, to paraphrase Paul Keating, every parrot shop and every pet shop in Australia is talking about cost of living. Religious freedom, which of course is particularly dear to our hearts and was one of the reasons Tom Kenyon and I wanted to get Family First started again in the first place, because of the threat to religious freedom, and protection of women's sport and generally the gender issue. So we ran ads. And before I play these ads for you, I'd like to introduce the star of one of those ads, Jared, from Western Sydney. Jared, stand up. Jared and his family, and his brother and his family, volunteered to appear in these ads, and that took exceptional courage. To be prepared to be in this ads. Once you're on the internet, you're there forever, and everything you've said and appeared in, and Jared and his family were extremely generous in making themselves available, and did an exceptional job, way better than we could ever have done if we had hired paid actors like the major political parties do. Now, I'd like to play one of these. If I press one of these buttons, is it going to work? There we go. So this is Jared's brother, Nathan. Eddie. Sorry, mate. Oh, sorry. There's too many of you.
Prices are rising, interest rates are soaring,
and families can't keep up.
But while you're working hard, busybodies are putting dangerous ideas in your kids' head. They're putting a wedge between you and your children.
And Labor and the Greens have got it in for Christian schools.
Raising a family shouldn't be this hard.
But Family First is on your side.
They'll cut power prices, protect Christian schools, and stand up for family values. Parents matter, and family is everything.
That's why Family First will fight for yours. Vote 1. Family First.
Authorised by Lyle Shelton, Family First Sydney.
If we could play the other ones, they're a bit short.
Interest rates are soaring.
And families can't keep up.
But while you're working hard, busybodies are putting dangerous...
But now it is being overrun by men who are bigger and stronger.
Your daughter shouldn't have to compete with biological men on the sporting field. You need Family First to end political correctness. Vote 1, Family First.
Authorised by Lyle Shelton, Family First Sydney.
Schools. Vote 1, Family First.
Authorised by Lyle Shelton, Family First Sydney.
Fantastic. So that's just a selection of ads, and I do want to pay tribute to one more person, and that is Mr. David Hutt from Dunham, who's sitting there. He's at the back. He's very self-effacing. He's normally in a darkened room. We had to coax him out into the sunlight. That's why he's squinting. But David is one of the smartest political minds I have worked with, and I think one of the smartest political minds in the country. And it is fantastic to have David on our team. David scripted and produced those ads, which are of exceptional quality. So, David, thank you very much. So, after a 9-year absence from federal politics, we contested 92 seats. In 13 of those electorates, we polled more than 4%, which qualified us for Australian Electoral Commission funding, so 4% is the magical number. In 8 of the Senate seats we contested, we came close to or just over 2%. And to put that into some historic context, the last time Family First had someone elected to the Australian Senate, it was Bob Day at a double dissolution election in South Australia, and he polled, well, depending on who you're listening to, between 2.3 and 2.9%. So we are not that far behind from where Family First was in the teens and getting senators elected to the Australian Senate and getting legislative councils elected. So to come from a first federal election in 9 years to poll at 2% with the sort of resources we had available was an exceptional result. I thought it was useful to have a look at how we went compared to how much we spent. And compare that to the other political parties as well, because how much you spend is a big driver of what your vote's going to be. It's just the unfortunate reality. We got about 250,000 votes, and we spent about $500,000 in the federal election. The major parties, now the most recent data hasn't been released, but based upon previous electoral data, Labor and Liberal will spend between $5 and $15 per vote attained. And just because it's fun, I put it in there. Trumpet of Patriots spends $100 for every vote it attains. So to get the sort of vote that we did with a $500,000 budget is nothing short of exceptional. If we look there, so Queensland, Katie, our Queensland Senate. Katie, stand up, come on. Lyle's the least popular of our candidates. He struggled to get 2%, so I'm not sure about his political credentials. Victoria, Bernie Finn, second highest in the country. Bernie is somewhere, hopefully. He's just popped out. And of course, in South Australia, Christopher Bro here. Christopher, stand up. But despite my ribbing of Lyle, that's incredibly consistent across Australia to get a vote, roughly 2% in every state, because state by state there are so many variables. Just the number of candidates there are can massively affect your vote, and so to get such a consistent vote, I think, is very encouraging for the future. Gives us a lot to build on. Just had a look at the other minor parties, how we did last time. We polled 2%. One Nation, obviously they've been around a lot longer. They're polling about 6%. Trumpet of Patriots, for their tens of millions of dollars that they spent, polled less than us. Legalised cannabis, 3.5%, which is look, I mean, yeah, I better not say what I think about that. And likewise, Animal Justice Party. I think the interesting thing, though, and we'll come to a point and I'm going to say, the interesting thing about legalised cannabis and animal justice is their brand tells you exactly what they're about. Right? So so if you're voting for legalised cannabis, you know exactly what you're voting for. And if you're voting for animal justice, you know what you're voting for. And if you're voting for Family First, you know what you're voting for too. So I think it's an important lesson for us. And I dare say the legalised cannabis candidate is not someone you would invite into your house or answer the door to after daylight. So irrespective of the candidates they ran, they still polled well. We had an interesting thing. We had concentrations of support, which I think is important for us to understand because we're a small party, we have limited volunteers, we only run in a certain number of seats, and those candidates are extremely stretched. Probably other than money, the other most scarce resource we have is time. So our candidates were pre-selected, not that far out, and had a certain amount of, and generally, unfortunately, unlike Labor and Liberal candidates, they weren't on the public employment, so they had real jobs that they had to do, and so so with real jobs becomes real responsibilities, and there's only a certain amount of time you've got. So this is why I want to speak to this point. So we had a look, and again, the genius David Hutton back there actually did a table of federal electorates. He looked at the South Australian state results and the demographics of where Family First polled best in 2022, and then he correlated that with the socio-demographic data of electorates around the country and all the states we're running in, and looked at, okay, so what are the sort of electorates, what are the sort of demographics which are more inclined to vote for Family First? If you were a state campaign director, I was on the phone to you every day saying, have we found a candidate in Chifley yet? I think Roseanne must have taken so many phone calls from me, and Lyle as well. We need someone in Chifley because Chifley, it shows clearly it's coming up very high with the work David did to suggest that it's a seat where we're going to poll very, very well. And I think the remarkable thing about it is it was a perfect. Like the seats where we thought we would do best were the seats we ended up doing best. And I think our best result in the country was Chifley from memory. Best in New South Wales. Best was Fenner in the ACT, but that was because there was only 4 candidates. So we did very well, and we were running Elizabeth Kickett, who'd been a member of Parliament in that area. So it was amazing the correlation there. So now, David can explain to you how he did this, but this is based on the most recent federal election. We haven't done all of New South Wales, but if you just look at Sydney, the blue dots are basically the polling booths where Family First did the best. And you'll see there a beautiful blue band running right through Western Sydney. Right, Western Sydney is Family First heartland. So, which for me is incredibly encouraging because I got involved in the Labor Party because I wanted to represent working people in the Parliament. And the Labor Party has long ceased to do that. And so to now be part of a political movement that's highest concentrations of support come in the working areas of the metropolitan cities is very very promising to me. So right from Campbelltown up through Liverpool, Fairfield, Marylands, Mount Druitt, little pockets in the Blue Mountains. I've met some Blue Mountains people, so that was obviously their hard work, but I think that's very interesting. A similar case in South Australia. So South Australia, the working class areas of metropolitan Adelaide are in the north and the west and the south. So that's a very similar story. And press it again. Victoria, a similar story in Victoria. For people from Melbourne will see that, you know, through western, eastern suburbs and northern suburbs of Mountain. We don't do very well in inner city areas. Nothing, unfortunately, in Fitzroy. Who would have thought it? But nothing in Fitzroy or any of those areas. But we do well everywhere else. So for future elections. Now, I'm not saying that we ignore other areas, but when you're allocating scarce resources, you have to put those resources into those areas where you think you've got the best chance of picking up a vote. Now, I'm going to talk about something, and Tom alluded to it, and there were a few gasps in the room when Tom did. I do want to talk about preferences because it's a touchy subject, but it's an important one, and one that we can spend a lot of time worrying about and getting upset about and investing enormous amount of energy into, which would be better applied to things that are actually going to win us votes. Political parties, and it's not just Family First, all political parties are obsessed with preferences and preference deals, that they're the be-all and end-all. Everyone thinks, well, not everyone, but many people think that preferences are the easy way to get votes. It's almost like free votes. It's not. It's not anymore. There was a time when in Australian jurisdictions, the political parties lodged a ticket, and you put a 1 in that political party's box, and how the preferences were allocated were completely outsourced to that political party. Now, other than Victoria, I think, that no longer applies in any of the jurisdictions where we're running. Doesn't apply in South Australia, doesn't apply in the Senate, doesn't apply in New South Wales. So we can't any longer direct preferences. We can put a how to vote card in someone's hand, but that doesn't mean that they're going to follow it. It doesn't mean they're going to pay any attention to it. And increasingly, if people have, in the, how long has it been? 40 years I've been involved in politics and handed out how to vote cards. The number of people who take a how to vote card is dwindling all the time. I mean, I think the last election, the time I was on a booth, probably the majority, more than half of people who went and voted did not accept any how to vote card. So we can get very upset, very worried, and put a lot of nervous energy into it, and spend a lot of time in smoky back rooms doing deals, but we'd be better off spending that time worrying about our primary vote, because it's our primary vote. It's the people who put number 1 in the Family First box that's going to get Lyle Shelton, Deepa Matthew, Jane and Bernie elected in the next 18 or so months. So, what happened at the last election? Now, probably most people in this room will be aware that we did do a preference deal with the Liberal Party, and that caused a lot of significant upset, and a lot of that, I will own up, was because I mismanaged the communication with certain people. So to some extent it was my fault. But I think it's important just to have a look at what happened to the preferences and what happened, how did the preferences flow. And you've got to bear in mind, Family First, fantastic volunteer base, but a tiny fraction of the voting population are actually going to end up getting a Family First how to vote in their hand when they go into the polling booth. Tiny fraction. So what happens with our preferences? Well, this is South Australia, where we put a reasonable effort into covering the larger polling booths with the volunteers we had. You can see here, I need a laser, but you can see here the preferences sprayed everywhere. They went to the Animal Justice Party, some went to the ALP, some even went to the Greens, some went to the Legalised Cannabis Party, some went to the Libs, some went to the Nats, some went to One Nation, some went to the Trumpets of Patriots. So our preferences went everywhere. And I think that mainly reflects a couple of things. It just reflects It reflects how many polling booths we had the volunteers to cover, but it just reflects modern preference, the way people do their preferences. People are waking up and thinking for themselves and allocating their own preferences, or indeed just randomly putting numbers on the ballot paper to make sure it's a formal vote. If we have a look, but if you have a look, I think it's important to look at the major parties where it's quite a different story. The ALP and the Liberal Party, you see big blue and whatever that colour is, I'm colourblind, big chunks of votes going straight to the Greens, and in the Liberal Party, LPMP, big blue lines going straight to the National Party, who they preference. So for the big political parties, their preferences do count for something. The big political parties do actually, there is value in getting their preferences because they have the resources to get their polling booths staffed, and they will make sure that every person, as much as possible, goes into a polling booth with their how to vote. So New South Wales, a similar story. Liberal Nationals is still a big chunk, perhaps not quite as big in South Australia. Labor, massive chunk of votes going to the Greens. The Greens, interestingly, the Greens as well. Not that I'm advocating we do a preference deal with the Greens, but the Greens preferencing is very disciplined as well. So you see a big chunk of Greens preferences going through to Labor. And now, the one I want to talk about, Queensland. Have I skimmed over? So Queensland, again, similar story. Now finally, Victoria. Victoria, we did a preference deal with the Liberal Party, and you can see there that even though the Family First preferences went everywhere, the Liberal Party preferences, a big chunk of them went to Family First. So now, I'm not saying that the outcome justifies the means. I'm not saying we should always do a deal, but it is one thing that we do have to take into account, because it could easily, wasn't that bad, was it? we could, and there are other considerations to take into account, but we do have to be aware that a preference deal with one of the major political parties. Don't want this to be on our social media. Someone might watch it, but we do much better from those preference deals than the major political parties do out of us, simply because they have far greater reach when it comes to getting how to votes into people's hands. So the Liberal Party got nothing really from us. We got a massive chunk of votes, which if we had done just a little bit better, could have been enough to get Bernie elected. Just a little bit more, and that would have been enough to get him over the line. So as I say, I just want to emphasise, I'm not saying that we do a deal with anyone. I mean, if we were to be completely mercenary about it, we'd go to the Greens. But I'm not suggesting we would ever do that. But we do, when we're talking about preferences, we do need to keep these things at the back of our mind, as well as all the other considerations as well. So, how long has it been saying zero? Last 10 minutes? I'm all good? Great. So in conclusion, we did exceptionally well, given that we're effectively a start-up party with a very limited budget. The other political parties, One Nation, the Greens, the major political parties had significant public funding from previous elections to draw upon and give them cash flow. We were relying entirely on the generosity of our donors. We had effectively achieved what we wanted to, which was to raise brand awareness. There was one other thing, am I right to so one other thing I do want to touch on, and that is about the brand awareness, which I just meant to talk about. Not every candidate, but a number of candidates get a lot of personal satisfaction from running and seeing their face on every Stobie poll in the town. Some people hate it and don't want that, but a number that's very important to them. And I spent a lot of time, as did our state directors, having to say no to people who wanted to print their own material and wanted to have their face because they were of the belief that they had a certain personal vote that would help lift the family first vote. And we had to consistently say no. And we will continue to consistently say no. The reason is this, and as I was talking about the focus groups that we had done, and it was interesting, a consistent theme out of those groups, the 6 focus groups that we ran, was the power of the family first brand. When certainly 80% of them had recall of that brand from the previous federal election, but when they're asked questions about what people thought a party like Family First might think and what its candidates might look like, it was incredibly consistent with what our policies actually are and what our candidates are actually like. So the Family First brand is our most valuable asset, and we need to invest in it. Right? It's no good. It's like having shares in Microsoft in the 1980s and thinking, no, I'm going to put all my money in BlackBerry. Right? Family First is this political party's most valuable brand, and we need to back it. We need to invest in it, and so that means that's what we've got to be putting in front of people's faces. Every time we put something else, whether that's a candidate's name or something that dilutes it, we're eroding that. We're setting ourselves backwards. So we'll be doing as much as we can to invest in that brand. I know that creates difficulties, and I know people might feel as though that they're being sort of taken for granted as a candidate. I can assure you that is not the case. But it's the Family First brand. And the other thing is, it's the Family First brand that is going to carry us into the future. Our candidates will turn over all the time. And we'll have different candidates in different seats and different candidates in upper house. But it's the Family First brand which we need to lock into people's memories. So I can't emphasise enough how important that is. At the federal election, we gathered fantastic intelligence about our support and about preferences and how they work and how we can use that to our advantage. When resources and time are limited, it's given us more data to show us where our pockets of support are. And as I've said, thanks to all our candidates. Thank you to all of you, our volunteers. Volunteers are the bedrock of any political movement. No political party can run without them. So my heartfelt thanks to you all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. And Jack's a volunteer, so we've given him a little something to show our appreciation. We do appreciate it, Jack. Thank you. It's a thankless task. And sorry to be rushing things, but now we're going to hear from the people who were at the coalface. So, Jack, you need a good general, and we had a terrific general in Jack at the federal election campaign, and it is the hardest job in politics because he has to be Dr. No, and that's not always popular, but as you can see, he's got steel in those eyes. So I want to call to the stage now Alex, Roseanne, Dennis from the ACT, and Jane. If you guys could all come to the stage right away, that would be great. Now, these are the guys, as Jack mentioned, who were running our essentially our volunteer effort, organising candidates, volunteers, our ground game, which was so important to the awareness success that we had at this election. So they're going to, they can introduce themselves and where they're from and just give you a bit of an insight into what the federal election campaign looked like from their point of view and some of the highlights in their state over the last little while. So Alex, you're first from Queensland.
Thanks, that was all Simon. It is so encouraging to get together from right across the nation this weekend, although there is a bit of a New South Wales feel in the room. I would like to thank the other Queenslanders who have done the trip. There's about 9 of us, I think, in the room, so thank you. This time last year, we were getting ready to run as many candidates as we possibly could in the Queensland state election, which was held in October of 2024. We nominated 59 candidates across the 93 electorates, and many of these are pictured on the screen. Would you mind pressing the button? Thank you. Our youngest candidate was 18, and we had candidates in their 80s. Our candidates came from all walks of life: sole traders, small business owners, ex-council and government employees, scientists, tradies, teachers, many who'd worked in hospitality, business, medical professionals, authors, pastors, counsellors, a driving instructor, a real estate agent, a dog trainer, who's my daughter. And of course, many are mums and dads and grandparents. With no idea at that point how voters might respond, as Jack had mentioned, and only a handful of events across the state and only a handful of active campaigns, we were able to achieve over 4% in 16 of those 59 electorates. This was a really encouraging result, and being on the ballot in those across 2/3 of the state gave us some exposure, and it resulted in a number of contacts reaching out to join the team for the federal campaign. This included Katie Lush, who then ran on as our lead Senate candidate in May of this year in the federal campaign. So a little bit about Katie for those who didn't catch up on that. Katie is a Christian, a wife, a mum, a foster mum, a grandma, a teacher, a lawyer, a librarian, and she promoted the party and our values brilliantly as she travelled to a few places during the campaign. Highlights for Katie included speaking at the Brisbane March for Life, and that was amazing. It's online if you'd like to see how she did that so well. And she also spoke brilliantly at a Voting Matters Senate candidate forum where the majority of the minor parties showed up, but not the Greens or the majors. People like Malcolm Roberts and Jared Rennick were part of that panel, and it was an excellent evening. She encouraged members, supporters and volunteers everywhere that she travelled, and also hosted a weekly prayer meeting online. Alongside Katie and Karen, who was our other Senate candidate, 23 of our 59 candidates put their hands up again to be part of the federal campaign, and another 7 joined the team. So we had a candidate for every electorate in Queensland in the federal election. There's a good-looking bunch up there, and you'll notice there's a few duplicates down the bottom because there were people who did it twice, so state and federal. Lost my place. We were really encouraged because in some places we had up to 12 candidates on lower house ballots, and there was still good support for the Family First name and brand, and every Queensland voter had the opportunity to vote for Family First on both the lower house and their Senate ballot. Results from this federal campaign included 2 electorates where we attracted more than 5% of the first preference vote, and in both of these electorates the candidate was new to the team. It was an area that we hadn't necessarily run in the state campaign, and what was significant is both of these candidates had fantastic support from their local church. It has been a real pleasure to work with Queenslanders from all the way from Cairns to the New South Wales border and many places in between, and I'm really thankful for reliable electricity and technology that makes that possible. Can I have 10 more seconds? I've been really personally encouraged that over the last 18 months, people in general have been more willing to have political conversations. Yeah. So people, 8 years ago, the end of Australian Conservatives and Family First Mark 1, that was less common, and it is encouraging, I think, that people are happy to have those conversations. People have noticed that the family has been sidelined, faith is increasingly excluded from public conversations, life is not treasured and protected, and freedoms in many areas of our lives are being eroded. So it's a privilege to be offering Queensland, the Family First Party, as one part of this solution.
So my presentation is a little bit different. We're just going to play a whole lot of slides from New South Wales. We can get that started. So when that finishes, my time's up. Okay, so as So basically, these are many of the candidates from all around New South Wales. You'll also see, as the slides are going on, pictures of some of the newspaper articles that were written in local papers. We've also got some pictures of the end of election celebrations. It's really just a snapshot of everything that happened. Some of you might remember last year when we had the meeting and the state directors had a few minutes to discuss our campaigns, and everyone else had some candidates, and we were a bit lagging. We only had Lyle. No, but God was very good, and he stirred the hearts of 25 people to stand as lower house candidates for the federal election. And we ended up with very many active campaigns from all over the state with hundreds of volunteers. Most of the candidates had never done anything like this before, so it started off quite daunting for them, a real, stepping out of their comfort zone and trusting God. But they did trust his provision, and although we had a number of challenges and a few hiccups, it was overwhelmingly a very positive experience for everybody involved. The very first challenge that we all had was to raise the $2,000 registration fee, and many of the people in New South Wales did really a great job of raising their funds, which was very generous, or they organised their own fundraising events. We had an amazing Newcastle rally organised by Sandra and Jason. They're here today, two of our Hunter candidates, and that gave the whole area up in the Hunter a great springboard start to the rest of the region campaigning. And Rebecca from Farah, who you're going to hear from in a little bit, along with Michael from Indy, they held a fantastic dinner down in Albury and had, I think, over 100 people for that, which I'm sure she might mention when she gets up here. We had lots of other meetings with Lyle, events in churches, in halls and people's homes. We had a couple from the Hunter, Rowan and Sue. They had multiple meetings up to support Shortland candidate, Pietro. Yeah, there's Ross from Mooring. To spread the word to many, many people in their community. They were very hospitable and generous. Many of the candidates had very large electorates, and that meant they did a lot of driving. I have no idea exactly how many thousands of kilometres they all did. They would have had to cover to meet with their volunteers, to give out signs and all the materials, but that was a really huge blessing, and they were also willing to do that. Some used social media to spread the word, others did radio interviews, newspaper interviews, and there was a very, very long list of forums that people went to. The candidates were all very eager also to support one another, and sometimes that meant, driving all over the place, posting boxes of how to vote cards because someone else has run out, or even, Jared storing all the gear in Sydney. That was very generous provision of him. One candidate reflected that in those 3 weeks of campaigning were the busiest weeks of his entire life. And there was also a lot to do and organising, and I was just blown away how generous all of the candidates were and all the volunteers with all their time and resources. It was such a blessing and it was amazing. One of the main reflections that many people reported back to me about being involved was how much they appreciated the opportunity to connect with their communities and the opportunities they had to share their faith. One candidate told me that every day of the campaign he'd go to different booths where he had volunteers and spend a moment to pray with them before they started the day. And on one occasion a National Party volunteer noticed this and came over and said, "Would you pray for me?" So he was able to do that, and he was very glad to do it. Many of them relished the opportunity to speak with volunteers from other parties, tell people about Family First. I mean, there are a lot of people that connect with the values of Family First, and many people very deeply concerned about our country, just as we are. It was truly a blessing for me to work with all the New South Wales candidates and meet many dedicated volunteers and hear so many stories of people stepping out of their comfort zone, doing things that they thought never thought they would do. Just before I finish, besides the lower house campaigns, we all had somewhere between 50 to another 100 supporters from other electorates where we didn't have a candidate, and they also got involved and did a whole lot of handing out of Senate cards and did a stack of letterboxing. In those 21 electorates, we actually still got 20,000 votes, so amazing effort. And of course, I'll just finish, I had a bit more to say about Lyle. He worked harder than probably everybody. Not only was he doing all these candidate events each week, right until the last day, it was absolutely mental, but he also willingly volunteered and drove all over Sydney to take things where they were needed. Somehow he managed to also keep up with his social media and all the general oversight and management of everything. I'm not sure how it's humanly possible to do everything that he manages to do, but yeah, amazing. Once again, it's been a very big blessing for me to be involved, and I'm grateful for the wonderful opportunities it brings and the wonderful, faithful, godly people that I feel blessed to speak to regularly. Thank you.
yesterday afternoon, I saw Jack Snelling and I said, what's it like just coming into Sydney to try and, master the size of this city coming up from Adelaide? And he said, you can't talk. You've just come up from Canberra. There's only one Canberran laughed. Hey, yes, Canberra, the Australian Capital Territory. I think Jack and all that then forgot that I was even here. I mean, I even turned up. You should stand up and apologise. No, it's all right. Just stay said. Why would Canberra be included? Why would I even be asked to speak? I mean, we had one person running. Hey, she was important and she got the highest vote, and Jack even forgot that. Of any percentage vote of one individual. The population of Canberra, or the ACT, is only 480,000. That's smaller than Newcastle and Maitland put together, let alone just the rest of it. But my talks are just going to be a little bit different because you probably don't understand what we have to put up with in the ACT, or perhaps you do. You do because you send members down for us to put up with them every time Parliament's sitting. But so surrounded by Canberra, we have Queanbeyan in New South Wales and Yass in New South Wales, and that's getting significant, I think, at the moment. And that would take the population perhaps about still the 510,000, which is still less than Newcastle Maitland. We have three federal electorates, Bean, and it's not after Mr. Bean, and it has 13 districts plus Norfolk Island. And then Canberra has 8 districts, Fenner has 3 districts, which includes Jervis Bay. Canberra is in the New South Wales electorate of Eden Monaro. Yass is in the New South Wales electorate of Riverina. Each ACT federal electorate has 1 member, so there's ACT federal electorate, 1 member, each in the House of Representatives, and 2 Senate representatives from the ACT, and they only have 3-year terms, so they are elected each time with the House of Representatives. There are over 50 polling booths, though, just in that population, plus Norfolk Island and Jervis Bay, plus polling, if it's required, in Queanbeyan and Yass. The Legislative Assembly in the ACT has 25 members, and there are 5 electorates, each with 5 elected members. That's Brindabella, Ginninderra, Kurrajong, Murrumbidgee and Yarrabah. So for a small place, the members are elected every 4 years using the Hare-Clark system. At the moment, there are 10 Labor, 9 Liberal, 4 Green, 2 Independent. We faced a lot of opposition in the ACT, perhaps which is not necessarily the case in Queensland and New South Wales. The police had to be called to the one pre-polling booth. There was only 2, and it was closed down for the rest of the day. And it was because people were having a go at the family first. I personally went to one of the booths to fill in after, not on the pre-polling, but on the day, and I was attacked, literally verbally attacked. The police happened to come around, so someone had called the police and just wanted to know if I was okay. It wasn't just a rare occurrence. We have to, that's opposition. If it's not already in the states, we're getting it in the ACT. It's going to go into the states as well, where it's going to be necessary to be supervised or have the police hanging around the polling booths. Now, having to face opposition, I just mentioned that. But one of the things that because the time's got 1 second to go, there was something that, there's the bell. We have to go back, it says in the Bible, that Jesus said, let's go back to Judea. He was going to face opposition if he went there. Thomas said, let us go that we may die with him, because he really thought that's a crazy thing to do. But something I read recently, that if Jesus, he suffered he was raised from the grave. If he raised from the grave, raised from the dead, how much more is he going to be able to assist us with all the things that we have going on? He raised people from the grave, but this wasn't just the resurrection. It was Jesus said, I am the resurrection and the life. And the life bit comes through us. Because Jesus said, take those clothes off Lazarus. That's our job, to be party to it within Family First. And I guess in the ACT we've got a fair bit coming up with supporting not just the ACT but New South Wales, Queensland and Yass, and we've got a lot of people to be able to get together to do all those things. Thanks. I've only gone over.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's so wonderful to be here and see everybody. Just like to acknowledge all the Victorians in the room. Well, I've had a lot of comments about Victoria when I introduced myself, that I'm from Victoria here amongst all you beautiful people, and the comments are quite interesting. So I actually chose this photo for Victoria because Victoria is arising and the darkness is fleeing, and arise, shine, for the light has come and the glory of the Lord shall be seen. So, you know, where there's gross darkness, there's going to be light. And Family First is the light shining in the political arena in Victoria. So it's an interesting place to be. A lot of people have no idea what's going on, and as we've heard, you know, the political illiteracy in the nation is very low, very high, sorry, and Victoria is certainly one of those places. But we're going to see changes. So if we can just move to my next slide, please. Jack, you gave me some really good parenting tips. I didn't think about bribing a child to do my PowerPoint. But so we had Bernie Finn as our candidate, and we were very excited about getting Bernie elected. It was going to take a miracle. When we did get the preference deal with the Liberals, we were thrilled about that because we thought that could actually get Bernie over the line. However, as Bernie says, when the swing's on, and Liberal didn't perform as well as we had expected. If they had, Bernie would have got over the line. However, he didn't. So, so Bernie, so we've moved on. Can we just go back just to Bernie for a minute? So we had lots of meetings. We went to every electorate in Victoria. Bernie visited every single electorate, many more than once. And we, you know, just had such a great response from so many people that just want to have Family First represented. So in the middle of, just in February 25, next slide, we had two by-elections happening in Victoria, and pleased to say that Matt's here today. And we were so thrilled because we actually did concentrate in Werribee a little bit because we thought that could help the federal election as well, and Matt increased his vote from 3.84 in the state election in 2022, and it increased to 4.61 in the 2025 Mac worked really hard, and he did such a great job, and we're so thrilled to have him. He's part of our Victorian committee now, so we're really thrilled about that. And Genevieve stood as our paper candidate in Paran, and I think she got 100 votes or thereabouts, but we were on the ballot paper. We're a political party, and we are rising up to take the position of the major Conservative party in the nation, so we're preparing. Anyway, next one, thank you. So we got quite a lot of media coverage, even managed to get on Sky News. Bernie had a few radio interviews, etc., and that's just some of the articles that appeared. One of our candidates actually was suspended from work after his newspaper article appeared in the local paper. Anyway, let's move on. So, you know, these candidates are incredible people, and there's prices that we pay. Oh, golly, all right. Zipping through 29 candidates in 27 electorates. We averaged 3.1% in the lower house. Jack said it was higher than 1.8, but 6 electorates got over 4%, so we're really thrilled about that. Next one, our oldest candidate was 92, and there's a picture of our youngest. And Bob's just amazing. He's just the most amazing volunteer. I said the wrong thing. And so moving on, so I'm really rushing now. Post-election, so we're gearing up for our state election in November 26, and so already there's lots of things that we can go and visit and wear our Family First t-shirts. Next one, and Lyle flew down from Sydney to attend this. That's where Moira Deeming got into trouble. That was happening again, and already Bernie's getting a lot of traction already in the media, standing again as the Senate candidate, so we're really thrilled about that. We've had some media coverage already. And that's what's happening, which I think most of us, we've already talked about. We've got to have 88 candidates, so we're on the move for candidates. God bless you all, and thank you.
I am here, Lyle. I am going to tell Lyle off in front of all of you because he forgot that I was given the 5 minutes. So when he called everyone out, I was like, oh, I thought I saw my name and I thought I had to prepare something for 5 minutes. Well, he did come and apologize, so you're forgiven, Lyle. I am not going to complain to the executive. So I thought I'm going to give you a background of what happened in our federal election and our previous state election, look at some numbers, and then look at what's happening in the next 6 months for us in South Australia. Our numbers were good for our state election, our federal election. We were called the Brown team, or I didn't call it the Brown team. Christopher Bro here was our Senate candidate, did a fantastic job, and yes, Christopher Bro here loved the Brown team, so I was the second candidate on the ticket, and he loved the brownies too. So he literally would send me pictures and say, Deepa, what do you think? We should distribute these brownies, it'll be great. And I said, no, we're not doing that. That is not a campaign strategy, Christopher. You need to go down south and up north and campaign. That's all we need to do. So our numbers were very encouraging, although I was pretty disappointed because compared to the state election from when we ran, we had 3.3% of our first preferencing, but we got 2%. But we did get the 2% with very minimal resources. So we had 9 candidates out of the 10 seats. We are a small, I can't imagine how hard it was to, for candidates in seats that where you had 40 and 50 and 60 candidates. We had 9 candidates and we had 2 Senate candidates as well. Our candidates were mainly name on the tickets. They were not really, they didn't do a lot, which meant our volunteers did a lot of work, and we were quite stretched. So given that information, we did very well to get the 2%. So the Brown team is back in the state election, but we have swapped places. So I've gone to the number 1 spot, and Christopher has taken the number 2 spot. So Christopher's still excited that it's still called the Brown team. Our biggest threat in South Australia is the Labor Party. The Liberal vote has collapsed. We probably are looking at what happened in Western Australia, in South Australia in the next state election, where it's probably a Liberal wipeout. Out of the 37 seats, polling currently suggests that the Libs will probably get only 4 seats. That is actually a worry for Family First too. So our biggest threat is Labor. Our threat is not the minor parties in South Australia, and it's not the Libs, but it is Labor and how well Labor will do. In the last few months, there's been a trend of certain policies and a push for changes within institutions or bureaucrats wanting to make changes, example, or even in our schools. A couple of the Catholic schools in the last 2 months where they've had young boys in girls' spaces or competing in girls' sports and winning. So dads, especially dads of young girls, are really upset and angry about it. And I can understand how a dad would feel about their daughter losing against a boy in sport. We've had parents complain about the girls not being able to use, one more second, I'm discretion because of Lyle. We've had girls being told you can use the disabled bathroom if you are uncomfortable with the boy in the girls' bathroom. We've had the head of the Women's and Children's Hospital come and say that we do need to include trans men, trans women, in the discussion around stillbirth. So we've seen a trend. So I am encouraged that people are extremely upset about all the certain issues. There's a lot of pressure on parents. That's one extra thing for them to think about. So there is a lot of pressure on parents when, bureaucrats or governments come and say this. So I'm quite encouraged that in the next state election, we will give it a hot go. The numbers say we have a great chance, but it is left. So I would be really grateful for your prayers and for anyone that can come down to South Australia in 21st of March, 2026 is a state election to support us, to help us out. I'll be extremely grateful. So thank you for your time today and thank you for coming out today.
Thank you very much, guys. Please give them a big hand. These guys... Thank you. Thanks, guys. Look, that was extraordinary. These guys are at the coalface. They're volunteers. You can see there's an enormous amount of work. And the stories you've heard today, which have been fantastic, it's only half the story. And they've got volunteers working under them who could also equally tell their stories. It was great seeing those photos of candidates, so many familiar faces, and so many faces of people who are in this room today who I know we haven't acknowledged properly, but we really appreciate the hard work. One of the things that I want to do now, and one of the revelations of this campaign, being new, as Jack said, for the first time in 9 years, recontesting a federal election, was the talent that it unearthed. Now, look, it's probably fair to say that we're a slightly older crowd here today, although there's a good mixture, but we're sort of on the upper end of things. And that's okay, because you've come along, you've got involved, you're concerned about your kids and your grandkids, you've donated generously, you've got time on your hands, and that's helped build the platform. But the good news is, when young people are exposed to our message, they are on board. And I want to invite to the stage now Rebecca Scriven, our candidate from Farrer, and Jared, I always say Tharvley, who you've already met. So, sorry, Rebecca, you come first, and ladies first. And the other person that we unearthed was Holly Masters, Roseanne and Dave's daughter, who stood in Armidale, the seat of New England, against Barnaby Joyce. These people were superstars. There's others in this room like Ross Hazelton from Orange, another young dad. But these are young family people with young kids who got involved, and I wanted you to hear something of their stories. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see so many people here. I guess my journey of being a candidate actually started just over 12 months ago, and I would have never have known that a conversation with Jack Snelling at a wedding reception would land me just over a year later now speaking at a Family First conference. You never know what's going to happen at a wedding reception. So having worked in politics a long time ago, before I had children, and having a bit of an interest in politics, I had actually been following Family First a little. I knew the party had been resurrected, and I had been following it. And during my conversation with Jack, I expressed to him that I was interested in helping out. And after all, the party's cause is it represents my values, so why wouldn't I? And leaving that wedding reception that night, I thought I'll probably just be handing out some how to votes, maybe some letterboxing, I'll get on their mailing list, and I didn't think it would be any more than that. But how wrong I was. When the question came to me to run as a candidate, I didn't jump on it straight away. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I work 5 days a week, and I thought, how am I going to fit this in? So I mulled it over in my head for a few weeks, prayed about it, And just when I thought that, every time I thought, no, I can't do this, I just knew it was the wrong answer. So in the end, I said yes and became the candidate for FARA here in New South Wales, in rural New South Wales. So when I put my hand up and began running as a candidate, basically I hit the ground running. I contacted people that were on the Family First database in the seat of FARA, as well as people I knew. And the response I got was just amazing. So why did I put my hand up to be a candidate? Well, more and more I'm concerned about the trajectory that our country is heading. In Australia, where the womb is no longer a safe place for babies, where life is seen as so worthless it can be euthanased, where climate ideology is more important than whether families can keep the power on, and where the very basic meaning of what a woman is up for debate. Australia has never needed a political party so desperately before as Family First. It is because of this that I stepped forward and ran as a candidate in the recent federal election. Through running as a candidate, I have met so many good, generous people who share the same concerns as myself about the state of politics in our nation. I also quickly got to know Roseanne Masters, who was up speaking on abortion earlier, and she was a wonderful support throughout my campaign, and I'm truly thankful to her. Early on in my campaign, I was also fortunate to find out that an acquaintance of mine, Michael White, was running for the seat of Indy just across the border in Victoria. So I come from Albury, which is just on the New South Wales side. And together, Michael and I, we had a very successful fundraising dinner. And we had both Bernie and Lyle taking to the microphone at that dinner. And it was a fantastic event, and there was a real buzz among the supporters that night in that restaurant. Hope in a political party that I had not experienced in a long time. Now, the seat of FARA is very large in size, and much of it is remote. For those who know a little about New South Wales geography, the seat stretches from the border of South Australia just past Albury in the east, and then from the Victorian border almost up to Wagga. Some of the furthest towns in the electorate from where I live near Albury are over 6 hours drive away. Running a campaign with such vast distances, I knew was not going to be easy. But after initially being a little bit not sure of running as a candidate, I was up for the challenge. In the lead up to the election, I was invited to speak to church groups, was interviewed by some local media, and hit the road with my faithful husband and 3 of my daughters to travel to regional areas, meeting supporters and delivering how to vote cards, core flutes and t-shirts. Without the generosity of supporters throughout the electorate, I could not have run the widespread campaign that we did. I even had supporters contact me to man polling booths in the far edges of the electorate. People just came out of the woodwork to help out. It was truly amazing. In the end, I had over 50 volunteers covering 4 pre-poll booths and 19 booths on election day. Not a bad first-time effort for a party that had not had a candidate on the FARA ballot paper before. Now, standing at polling booths really was an experience. When you are there for a couple of hours at a time, you are bound to talk to other people handing out how to votes for other candidates. There was one gentleman handing out for the Greens who asked me what Family First was about, and I gave him a quick rundown of our main election policies. He particularly screwed his nose up at the thought of, believe it or not, cutting power prices. According to him, life was still affordable. Well, I guess you have to believe in such fantasies if you want to pursue net zero, no matter what. More than one volunteer handing out how to votes for the Liberal Party, was complimentary about our policies and were quite open about wanting to ditch net zero. Yes, Susan Lee was their candidate. She's still sitting on the fence about the issue. While at the same time they were lamenting the threat of a teal disguised in orange running in the seat. There were throngs of orange-wearing teal groupies blocking the path of would-be voters' access to the booths. There were so many. It really was a mixed bag. What was the most amazing thing of all is that Family First was the only minor party, besides the Greens, running in Farrer that actually had volunteers at the booths. I did meet the candidate running for the Trumpet of Patriots on election day, but she seemed to have no volunteers helping her. The other minor parties running in Farrer had no one at the booths at all. I think this really does say something for Family First. And I think, as Jack was saying before, helping people recall the party is really a good thing. Since the election, I've caught up with many of my volunteers at a thank you dinner, where we swapped booth stories and debriefed on election results. As a recent Family First candidate, I've been invited as a guest to the very well-attended Albury-Wodonga prayer breakfast to pray for our political leaders, and have more recently begun to get involved in the fight against a proposed wind farm in my local area that threatens a neighbouring national park, valuable farmland, and the communities that live there. Wind farms are a major concern to those of us living in the regions, and I believe that they will be a hot topic leading up to our next state election. And so the fight goes on. While we didn't get any candidates elected at the federal election, Family First has firmly placed itself back into the nation's political landscape. The fight for traditional family values, the value of life, faith, and our freedom has just begun. Thank you.
Please excuse my fluid voice. I'm so sorry that I can't be there in person, but I'm still very grateful to be able to speak to so many people who share such a deep commitment to faith, family, life, and truth. When I agreed to run as a candidate for Family First, I was definitely stepping outside my comfort zone. I am not a politician. I am a mum of 2 small kids, I'm a wife, and I run a busy speech pathology practice up in regional New South Wales. And while my life feels pretty busy as it is, I just kept thinking, how can we expect young families to be represented if we're never in the room? I'm going to try and share my slides, so we'll see if that works, hopefully. If we want policies that support families, we need people who are living that reality to come forward into this political space. I ran as a candidate because I have been growing increasingly concerned by what's happening in parliaments across Australia, and it feels like the voices of ordinary Australians are being drowned out by political agendas that don't reflect our values. Families are the fabric that hold communities together, and we need governments to create strong policies that sustain and support strong family units. And as we know, many current policies are doing the exact opposite of this. Economic policies are making it more and more difficult for parents to raise their own children, and socially, attacks on Christian values are everywhere, with those who are standing strong against the progressive agenda being increasingly censored and persecuted and pushed out. I would love to see the tide turn and a future where families like mine can flourish, where open debate is encouraged, and where all human life is valued. Which brings me to the issue of abortion, which was and is the heart issue for me. So I know you've already heard a talk on this today, but I do want to just touch on it briefly. The legislation has become so extreme, allowing healthy, viable babies to be killed for psychosocial reasons, and it has just stunned me watching this unfold in recent years. What a tragedy it is that even a real conversation about this issue is generally censored or spun by a heavily biased media if not completely dismissed under the banner of choice, which is ironic because, of course, a lot of the time it isn't a free choice at all. As you would have heard this morning, maternity care is under-resourced and fragmented. Myself and many of my friends have experienced this firsthand. Adoption is nearly impossible. Cost of living is out of control, and the push to abort babies with medical issues is astronomical. And then we have medical staff and counsellors who are increasingly indoctrinated and pressured to participate. I was drawn to Family First as a party that supports freedom of debate, freedom of conscience for medical staff, protecting babies, pulling back these radical abortion laws, and ensuring that no woman is left unsupported or disincentivized to carry her baby to term, which really is a huge failure of our current healthcare system. So now that I've shared what led me here and what led me to be part of this, I would love to share some of my takeaways from the campaign. Overall, I found standing as a candidate an overwhelmingly positive experience. I had some really fantastic conversations, not just with voters, but with other candidates and volunteers. And these are conversations you just don't get to have very often in everyday life. I learned that a consequence of the destruction of freedom of speech and a lack of willingness of individuals to be bold is that many people genuinely don't know a lot about the issues that are core to Family First's platform. In fact, in Australia, so many people are disengaged with politics altogether. I was asked by multiple friends, multiple voters, what the election was for. Was it council? Was it state? Was it federal? Many truly had no idea, which I found quite concerning. Interestingly, I shared some of my reasons for standing with one of the Labor volunteers at the polls, things like parental rights and safeguarding religious freedoms, protecting kids from radical gender ideology. And this lady paused and she said to me, well, I mean, I agree with all of that, which led to a much bigger conversation about how far removed her party's platform was from these values that so many of us still hold dear. Another Greens volunteer I spoke to was visibly shocked when I told him about the state of Australia's abortion legislation, and he actually asked me to write down some links and information for him so that he could go and investigate for himself. But I guess the campaign just provided this really powerful platform to have some really fruitful conversations, which was amazing. Another takeaway that I wanted to share was how clear it became that kindness and humility go a really long way. Being courageous and being firm and being honest is so vital, but being respectful and kind matters just as much. Another day at the pre-polling booth, a different Greens volunteer came up to me and said, I put you second on my ballot because I just think you're a really genuinely lovely woman. And then another Labor volunteer actually told me that she would volunteer for me at the next election. Now, to be clear, I didn't win either of these women over on policy. I don't think we actually even discussed it. But it became really clear that it really matters how we present ourselves, human being to human being. And these people aren't our enemies. And when I stood there with these volunteers from the other parties, rugged up in puffer jackets for hours on end, it was really clear that even if our visions for Australia are vastly, vastly different, we do share something in common, and that's caring about the state of our country and have to do something about it. And sometimes that commonality opened the door for some more honest dialogue about some heavy topics. Now, during the campaign, my inbox was flooded with questions about every topic under the sun, my opinions on local wildlife habitats, on how I was going to fix railway infrastructure, on post office banks, you name it. And it was really important to stay humble and acknowledge that I don't have and I don't need to have a comprehensive expert opinion on every topic, and that pretending that I did was only going to hurt the cause. Instead, acknowledging humbly that the goal of running as a Family First candidate at this election wasn't so much to be elected this time around, but to send a message to whoever was elected that the key issues that we stand for are issues that people care about. I truly believe that this attitude actually earned me some respect, and I feel confident that our local elected MP would have noticed the thousands of votes that went to Family First in my electorate. And this is the power of preferential Now, I would like to share a few stories that remind me that God can use small things for good. It's so easy to be discouraged in this fight. The apathy from many churches and the poor turnouts at events, the comments made by others, whether spiteful or well-meaning, it can be really discouraging. But if we let those moments shut us down, we may never see the fruit that follows. One moment like this was a Family First event that we held in Armidale. I'd reached out to about 20 churches, including my own congregation, and only about 15 people turned up, which I found really disappointing. But the very next week, a woman called me and she said that what I had shared that day had stayed with her, and she and her husband, who had never been involved in politics before, wanted to volunteer. So during the first week of pre-poll, my kids and I were both ill, so I couldn't go to the booth myself, but this couple showed up every single day, in the cold, in the rain, faithfully speaking to hundreds of voters and representing Family First. They shared some really fantastic conversations that they'd had with me and told me how blessed they'd been by the experience, which shows us, God really can work through anybody who has a willing heart. Something similar happened following a Meet the Candidates event in Inverell. Only a few candidates went, a scattering of an audience, barely a room, and my husband and I absolutely questioned whether it had been worth the trip. But afterwards, the organiser pulled me aside and he asked me if I had anything that he could use to volunteer for us on election day, which he did, reaching far more people than were in the room that night. God uses small things, and whether we have election success or not, we serve a bigger purpose. And we can and we should be encouraged by the small conversations and the diverse individuals that we get to interact with in this mission. Hopefully we can stir up some change, even if it isn't always reflected in the voting numbers straight away. And finally, I am so grateful for the volunteers that I had. There ended up being plenty by the second week of polling. I'm especially grateful to those who were anxious, who hadn't ever been involved in politics before, who felt completely out of their comfort zone, but still showed up because they were convicted. And also the parents. I had mums standing at pre-poll, sometimes with 2, 3 or 4 kids in the rain, handing out flyers for 3 hours at a time, because they believed in what we stood for, and so they gave what they could. And to me, that's really what this is all about. Ordinary people doing small things with faith and courage and trusting that God can use it. Thank you very much.
Well, all that stands between you and afternoon tea is me, so get comfortable. No, I think it's important to, start with that video, those ads. Lyle called me and asked me, would you and your family be willing to go into some commercials for Family First? They'll probably be all over the country. So I did the most important thing, which was say, give me a second, I've got to call my brother and best mate, and I called them. They both signed up, so we called back Lyle and said, we're in, forgetting that none of us had asked our wives. Things got pretty sticky at that point. And most of our wives resoundingly said, no, we're not going to do it. You can do it by yourself. Eddie, who's the Lebanese-looking bloke, not my brother, he actually got his wife on board. My brother got his wife on board and then planned a work trip. So she was the single mum in all the images. So, but one thing I just want to point out about that was none of us really wanted to do it, I've got to be honest. But in doing it, in the script that was prepared and in the way it was done, we all came out of it with a conviction I don't even think we had going in. And that was quite interesting, the experience of saying something that you have always believed, but saying it out loud, knowing that a good number of people will probably end up hearing it, actually galvanising you to the need to say it, and actually overcoming some of the fears you had about saying it. And that is the main thing I wanted to talk about going into the federal election, or in terms of my experience, was absolute fear. I was terrified. I've got a business. I have huge amounts of debt in my home and huge amounts of risk with a small family. And the idea that this election could somehow affect any of those things was just something that I was terrified about. But politics is something that I've talked about a lot, and when I was a kid, my dad being a Christian man and wanting to punishing me the right way when I came to my disobedience used to get me to write out Proverbs, which if you ever want a good punishment for a child, lines in Proverbs is a good one. And one of his favourites was Proverbs 14, which says, all hard work brings a profit, but mere talk leads only to poverty. And so I've grown up with that kind of somewhere entrenched in my psyche, and having talked quite a lot about politics over the last 30 years of my life, I realise now might be the time for hard work. And so we signed up. I signed up to be in my local area. We were running against an independent Daily who was being come after by the Labor Party. She most recently de-seated Christina Keneally, who was a white Canadian, dropped into the most ethnic area in Sydney. So Labor Party learnt their lesson and went for Thule as the number 2 candidate behind Daly, and she had a real chance of unseating Daly. So we ran in that area, and I guess my first reflection on that run was it was not as hard to get on the ballot paper as I thought. And I think a lot of that has to do with Rita and Roseanne and Lyle and his wife, and who all really helped us through the process and gave us so much support in terms of how to navigate the field. I think that was probably one of my big first concerns, which is how do I fill out all the paperwork? And remarkably, they made that so much easier than I thought. So if you are thinking about being a candidate, do not be put off by that. All the fear in the world about that was gone pretty quickly as it all worked out. The second thing that I was scared about really was being alone. I think there's a lot of us who imagine going to the polling booth and standing there by ourselves and having some greenie yell at us or some Labor Party member tell us how stupid we are. And so you get this feeling like, if I do this, I'm going to be out there all alone. But honestly, the opposite is true. From the moment I put my hand up, I had family, church members, friends I hadn't spoken to since high school calling me and saying, I'm so encouraged that someone is doing something. I'm so excited that someone I know has values and wants to stand for them. I was seriously blown away. We had people who came to polling day who I'd never met before and just heard that Family First was running and wanted to do something. And I think this idea that you are going to be alone is something that we have been told, something that we've been told over and over again by the media, by the Labor and Liberal parties, who they just want you to feel so scared of doing anything so that they can retain power. And we just have to get into the mindset of saying we are not alone. We are actually surrounded by people. And then on polling day, it got even more amazing with voters coming up and thanking us, just saying, look, thank you for giving me someone that I can vote for, someone to be excited about going to the polls for. And I really can't underestimate, I really can't understate how powerful it is to be able to be someone that someone can vote for, even if you don't feel like you're the right person. The fact that you're representing a party with morals really means something. And the last thing I would notice is that for every bit of fear I had, the opposition had more fear. I was shocked. Daly, who was the sitting member, came and spoke to me and asked me why I was running. Bowen came down, and he wasn't even in our electorate, and he told us we shouldn't be running. Saliba, who is the Fairfield, New South Wales Parliament member, tried to make friends with all our poll people and tried to actually explain to them why they shouldn't be running. And then Carboni, who's an independent as well, came down and actually bought us sandwiches and said we're all on the same team and we believe the same things. So I was really shocked. These people are terrified, and they're terrified of a party with morals and values that most people actually get behind. And they're scared in a way that they want to make sure they shut us down as soon as possible, because if that message gets out, if common sense hits the average person, the average voter, there will be an absolute uproar as to what they've been fed from the Labor and Liberal Party up until now. And so I'm going to break the trend of finishing after the klaxon and finish with this word from Proverbs, same chapter of Proverbs. And it tells us what we can expect. It says, that the evil bow before the good, and the wicked at the gates of the righteous. And I truly believe that will be the case at some point in Australia. I really hope that with this Family First Party, with the work that these people are doing, that one day we will see in this nation the evil bow before the good and the wicked at the gates of the righteous.
Well, are you inspired by those three amazing young people? Incredible, isn't it? We've got some great talent. Yeah, give them another hand. And you can see where Holly gets it from, can't you? No, we're very blessed, and these guys are just, part of the team. We've got many other young candidates right around the country, as well as older ones. But we're in great hands for the future. Now we're running a little bit behind schedule, so we're going to have a really quick break. But just before we do, I want to acknowledge a couple of people who are in the room. Honourable John Ruddock, who is our final speaker for today. John's a member of the New South Wales Upper House. Welcome. So you don't want to leave early, you want to hear what John has to say. And also want to mention Matt Kamanzuli, who we've got a bit of a Western Sydney theme here, but we actually stood aside in the seat of McMahon when Matt came and spoke to us because he was going to try and knock off Chris Bowen, and we thought that's a really good idea. so good on you, Matt. And his campaign director, Alicia, here. Unfortunately, Matt didn't quite get there, but we did what we could in the spirit of cooperation to try and help that effort, and maybe next time. Rob Cripp, also from the Libertarian Party, their policy director on state executive, is here. Welcome, Rob. It's great to see you. Yeah, give him a hand. All right, we're only 5 minutes behind schedule, so look, we might just crip a little bit off Christopher's and John's talks at the end. We might sort of limit our question time. We do have to be out of here by 4 p.m. You don't want to miss these next two speakers. Christopher is amazing on the whole religious freedom issue. The persecution that's going on in this nation is unbelievable. You won't want to miss that talk. Rita has organised all the afternoon tea at the back of the room, so quickly go and grab it, grab a quick drink. Let's be back here at 3:05 sharp with Christopher Bro here. Thank you. resume proceedings for this afternoon. I'm really sorry to be rushing you all, but as I said earlier, a good political conference is a quick political conference. And we've done well today. It's been a long day, but we've got two amazing speakers left, and we want to give them the maximum time. This next segment is on the issue of religious freedom, and it's really critical. If I could just ask you to move away from the back serving, please, and sorry I'm having to be really bolshy about this. We've had a lot of talk about totalitarianism today. This is where totalitarianism meets family first. Roseanne Masters, not to name names and shame people. This could be like the Coldplay kiss cam moment, so please take your seat straight away, or you will be shamed. This is being live streamed. We're about to turn the live stream on the people who are still getting their afternoon tea so that everyone can see. So I'm really sorry about that. This next segment is really important. Christopher Brohere is a very good friend of ours. He's been a candidate. Christopher and I have worked together in the Australian Christian lobby over the years. He's going to be talking to us about the issue of religious freedom and what is happening in the courts. Many of you know about my case. There's many others. Just scratches the surface. The lawfare as a result of flawed laws and the lack of courage amongst our politicians to correct these laws which are anti-free speech and anti-freedom of religion. So I don't want to take any more of Christopher's time. Please give him a big welcome. Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you, Lyle. I'm the other half of the Brownie team. So I speak as counsel assisting the Human Rights Law Alliance. The Human Rights Law Alliance is Australia's premier law firm for religious freedom litigation because it is Australia's only law firm for religious freedom litigation. And the Human Rights Law Alliance wants to win generational wins in litigation to change Australian society for good in the areas of religious freedom, freedom of speech, parental rights, guarantee for religious organisations, marriage and family, and conscience. And you will see that matches very well with the Family First manifesto. Litigation is important because the history of advocacy for righteousness in Western society has had litigation involved in its warp and woof. One of the earliest cases that fueled the abolition movement was the case of Somerset. Somerset was a slave who had escaped from a ship in London. He was recaptured by his master and taken on board the ship. Granville Sharp was a Christian abolitionist who pressed the case through lawyers for a writ of habeas corpus, produced the body, and Lord Mansfield, the Lord Chief Justice, decided the case in 1772. He said the state of slavery is so odious that nothing but positive law can support it. Therefore, the black must go free. And the Human Rights Law Alliance exists to bring that about. One of our first cases many years ago was Joshua Lawless. And I thought you might like to hear from Joshua yourself. Missed that. Is it playing?
Imagine what it would be like if you couldn't pray. As Christians, prayer is the very centre of who we are. We are a praying people. We pray because we're not in control. We pray because God hears us. It's like in the Psalms. When things are going well, we want to give God thanks. When things are not going well, or we're facing grief or sorrow, we want to ask for help. To not be able to pray is to not be able to do any of these things. And yet that's exactly what happened to Joshua. Joshua is a young Australian university student who loves Christ and wanted to share that with his friends and those who he came into contact with. And yet Joshua quickly found himself in trouble. In fact, it cost him dearly.
I've grown up in a Christian family and I've been raised with Christian values, and I was around about 3 or so when I first made the decision to follow Jesus. Since then, it's just been a continuous journey of discovering more of who Jesus is. So it all started when I received an email to say that I'd been reported by a few students for student misconduct. And so the instance that had been reported was me just talking to a girl I've been friends with for the past year and a half, and so we were just talking about work. She was saying she was really stressed. I asked if I could pray for her. She said, yeah. Something that she appreciated afterwards. She said, like, look, I don't agree with that. I'm an atheist personally, but thank you, I really appreciate the care. But I was then told that I shouldn't be praying for students on campus, and that it's challenging their beliefs and that I shouldn't be doing that. I was pretty annoyed, pretty confused as to why that was the reason. I was like, no way is that a fair reason to suspend me. I'd been told that I needed to attend fortnightly counselling sessions to learn how to appropriately interact with my peers. I was also told that if I stepped foot on campus again, that I would be removed by security guards. So I was quite amazed by that, thinking, wow, I've simply spoken to someone and I'm now like a threat to the safety of other students. Found out through a friend of the family's through church that she had received some help in a situation from Australian Christian Lobby. Yeah, right from the start they were very encouraging, very comforting, and just reminded me, look, like, you've been put in the wrong here, you've got God, He'll help you with this, it's worth us fighting it. We received some great help from the lawyers there. They addressed the university, took back the suspension and cleared my record, which was a brilliant result because I may not be doing the current uni course I'm now doing if it wasn't for that.
So we'll just cut it there.
Me from getting jobs and all of that.
So we took on the university, we looked at their statutes, told them they'd got it wrong, and his suspension was lifted, and Joshua is now working very profitably with Aboriginal kids in the Northern Territory. The next big case was the Hordikes. The Hordikes are a reformed couple of reformed faith who have young children, and they decided that they would like to foster children up to 5 years old. So they went through the process, they applied, and the delegate of the government, Wansley, put a question to them: what would happen if your 4-year-old child came home, a boy, and said he'd kissed another boy? And they said, well, we would say that's not appropriate according to our Christian values, and perhaps this placement wouldn't work. So their application was barred. And if you think about that, if you're not fit to be a foster parent, are you fit to be a parent? So we, Human Rights Law Alliance, on behalf of the Hordikes, sued the West Australian government and Wansley rather, on the basis of religious discrimination under the West Australian Anti-Discrimination Act. And this is important because we took the attack. We went on the front foot. The first case that this has happened in Australia under this sort of legislation, and we won. And the Wansley had to pay damages. And then we had the case that some of you may know of a gentleman who's been had a bit to do with this conference. Lyle had posted that drag queens weren't a good role model for children, and he was sued. And HRLA defended him in the Queensland Administrative Appeals Tribunal, QCAT, and we won. The court held that drag queens weren't a protected attribute, that there are drag queens who are heterosexual and same-sex attracted, etc. That case is now on appeal. The appeal has been heard. Lyle was just a bit concerned about the time, but I told him there's legal time and there's real time. In legal time, time can stretch into ad infinitum. But the appeal went really well. And then we have Billboard Chris, which was the big win this year. So Billboard Chris is a Canadian activist who goes around the world with those billboards, children cannot consent to puberty blockers. The Daily Mirror carried an article about a woman named Teddy Cook, who has been appointed on behalf of Australia to the WHO. Teddy Cook is a woman who presents as a man, and she was appointed to the WHO to look at mental health of transgender people. Now, just a word, never use the word transgender. use the words men who present as women or the opposite, because the language determines the victory. And so the E-Safety Commissioner issued a takedown order, and both Billboard Chris, we sued on his behalf, and X sued through their own lawyers to challenge the E-Safety Commission. It was good to have a case with a gorilla on our side. And we won. And the E-Safety Commissioner hasn't appealed. And so the court held that the intention of the person is important, and Billboard Chris had no intention to cause harm to an Australian adult. Very importantly, Billboard Chris spoke clearly in his evidence that he never uses the opposite pronouns, because he does not believe that men can become women and vice versa. And that evidence is reproduced, and it's a call for boldness in these days. And then we have, soon after we got the decision in Billboard Chris, we got the decision in Dr. Gerard Koch. Gerard Koch is a medical practitioner who'd been practicing for 15 years. About 5 years ago, he received a notice from APRA that there were 4 issues of concern in his social media posts. So we responded to all of that. They went away and took something like 4 months, and they came back on a Friday. They dropped 3 of the charges, and on the 4th, they'd commissioned an accountancy firm who had trawled through 10 years of his posts, and they gave us 2,000 pages of documents to look through, and they said by the next Friday they would suspend him. So we said he should go to his insurers, and he did. They challenged that decision in the VCAT, and he lost, and he was just preemptorily suspended for 5 years. Suspended. Very badly, the medical board then took 5 years or so to bring the case, the full case. That case has been heard, and Gerard lost, and we're considering an appeal. And then we have the face that has launched 1,000 articles, Dr. Gillian Spencer. Dr. Gillian Spencer is one of the courageous women who have stood up. And it's a call to men, because the people who are standing up in Australia now are largely the women. And we men have to stand up. Dr. Spencer spoke out against gender affirmation care in the Queensland Health Service. She didn't want to use the opposite sex pronouns. And so she was under pressure. She was directed to use those wrong pronouns. And she came to Human Rights Law Alliance, and on advice, she sued the Queensland Health on the basis of discrimination on the basis of political belief and activity. After she sued, and through certain other circumstances, she was suspended, and she remained suspended. That case is coming up. We've served all our evidence, and we're waiting on the other side's evidence. And then you have Jasmine Sussex. Jasmine Sussex is a breastfeeding consultant with the Australian Breastfeeding Association. A man came onto the ABA website and said he had breastfed his child. And she posted posts to the effect that men can't breastfeed. She was then sacked from the Australian Breastfeeding Association, and he has sued her for vilification, and that case is running. These are two of, don't laugh, this is deadly serious. These are two of the most important cases in Australia, along with Lyle's case at the moment, and we have to win them. But the biggest case we've run is to take the issue of exemption zones around abortion clinics to the High Court. We ran that case to the High Court. I ran the trial for Cathy Clubb and Graham Preston. We lost both of those. I've got a great track record of losing. But soon after Cathy's decision, the High Court handed down the case of Brown against Tasmania, where legislation banning protests in forests was struck down under the implied freedom of political communication. So I naively figured that if trees are important, so are babies. So we took that to the High Court and we lost 7-0. But I thought for a moment you might like to hear from Cathy. Can we just give that a whirl? We might leave it. Kathy is an extraordinary woman. She's a mother of 13. She now has a criminal conviction. But she stood, and on the day of her protest, 13 Victorian policemen and women came to arrest her. You wonder why there's a crime problem in Victoria? Because they're chasing mothers of 13. So we come to this position that every battle must be fought. And if you get into trouble, please do not act yourself. Come to us. Come to the Human Rights Law Alliance. You can go on the website and put your request in, because expert help right at the coalface at the start is critically important. And every victory we win is important, because the battle must be won and the law must be developed in this country. We're fighting family first in the parliaments. We have to fight in the courts. We'll go to the next one.
I see in your eyes the same fear that would take the heart of me. A day may come when the courage of men fails, when we forsake our friends and break all bonds of fellowship. But it is not this day. An hour of wolves and shattered shields when the age of men comes crashing down. But it is not this day. This day we fight. By all that you hold dear on this good earth, I bid you stand, men of the West!
And as we face the hordes of Mordor, I want you to remember this. Psalm 34:7 says, "The angel of the Lord encamps around those that fear him and delivers them." We have an invisible army around the men of the West, the angels of God, and we can win this. And the first time we're going to win it is when the Brownie team strikes gold in South Australia. Thank you.
Christopher, thank you so much for that. I have to declare that the Human Rights Law Alliance acts for me, but Christopher is not my instructing solicitor, and that's why we haven't lost yet. So, no, that's very mean. Christopher, really appreciate you giving of your time today. You can see this is a really, really important fight, and the work that the HRLA are doing is indispensable. And I know this from personal experience. It's ridiculous that we're in this state, but we've got to continue to raise awareness that our politicians are allowing these flawed laws which facilitate vexatious litigation against good people in this nation. And thank God for Christopher and his team. So Christopher, just a small token of our appreciation. God bless you. Christopher's got us back on time today. Thank you, Christopher. You're even more in my good books now. I should have made that gratuitous insult about your legal ability. I take it back. Our next speaker is the Honourable John Ruddock, MLC. John is with the Libertarian Political Party. That's another minor party. Almost every day in my job I get asked, and I'm sure the Libertarians get asked the same thing, there's all these minor parties out there, why don't you get together? Now that's a very good question, and I can understand why ordinary people would ask that question. We do have some significant disagreements, but we also share a lot of common cause on some really, really important issues. And in politics, you don't always get everything that you want. In a war, sometimes you've got to make allies. And in the case of John in particular, he's someone who I agree with on many, many things, and I've been very grateful for his voice in the New South Wales Parliament since he was elected in 2023. We had a conversation during the week. We're not going to necessarily canvass the things we disagree on today. We're not afraid to have that discussion, but we probably don't have enough time to have that, as much as it would be great sport and theatre this afternoon. Our time is limited. But we do want to just provide this opportunity to show that there is the possibility of collaboration on really important things. John was elected to the New South Wales Legislative Council in 2023. His maiden speech to the Parliament made international headlines when it was banned from YouTube after John questioned Australia's draconian response to COVID. Never before in Australian political history has a politician's maiden speech been banned. Prior to Parliament, John owned a property and finance business based here on Sydney's North Shore. He's an avid reader, he's a student of history, and he's often a contributor to The Spectator, Australia, Sky News. In 2018, he wrote a book entitled Make the Liberal Party Great Again. If only the Liberals had taken John's advice. John, it's great to welcome you to the Family First National Conference. Please welcome Honourable John Ruddock.
Thank you very much, Lyle. And I would first like to say how impressed I am with Christopher Brohiher and the Human Rights Law Alliance. I wasn't aware who was behind all these important legal actions, but you truly are doing God's work, and we thank you very much for it. I'd also like to thank my good friend Lyle Shelton for inviting me here today. Over the last few years, we have become quite good friends. And I think if Lyle ends up in the upper house, I suspect that there would be no other member of the upper house that I would vote with more frequently. I suspect we'd vote together about 99% of the time. But Lyle has asked me to speak about minor parties and their potential and how we can collaborate, and I'm very happy to be here to speak on that subject. But the first thing I would like to say on that subject is that it is disappointing that we have to have minor parties because we should be having a good Liberal Party. I do believe all hope is gone. There are still good people in the Liberal Party. Senator Antic, others. I believe they're in decline. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they can turn it around. But I think what has happened is that we had in the 20th century a global conflict between communism and the free world. And they did take over 1/3 of the world. They killed 100 million people along the way. And during that period, political parties like the Liberal Party, the Republican Party in America, and the Conservative Party in Britain were, by and large, very good parties. And I was born in 1970. My parents weren't political activists, but they were highly political. And I would certainly get it shoved down my throat every night how evil communism is. And then when I was in my first year at university, a magnificent event happened. Boris Yeltsin stood up in front of on the tank in Moscow, and he brought down the Soviet Union. And that was a great thing. And I remember saying to my friends at university the next day, I said, you know, this is great. I said, we don't, you know, it's all over. Free enterprise and democracy has won. And there was Francis Fukuyama who was an academic, he wrote an essay at the time which was very influential, said, it's the end of history. Who can argue now with free enterprise and democracy? And I believe that the part of the Liberal Party's decline, I think a big part of it, is that in previous generations, people who were talented people, intelligent people with good values, they thought, gee, these communists might take over the whole world. We've got to get involved in politics. And I think too many people took that view in 1991. Oh, there's nothing really left to fight for, but gee, how wrong they were. And I had a friend when I said that to them, I was with a group of friends, and I said, look, I think, you know, there's not much left to fight for now. We're all free. And a friend of mine said, no, John, they'll come in through the back door. They are not going to give up. And he was right and I was wrong. And in fact, what they've done, I feel like the conservative side of politics has gone to sleep, except for you good people and others, but there's not enough of us. And the left, who failed, the Western left, for half of the 20th century was supporting the Soviet Union. But then they've decided, I believe a big part of what they've done is, you know, they said, oh, well, look, you know, we used to say we wanted a big government because, you know, communism's going to help poor people. Well, that didn't work. It killed poor people. But now they've decided, oh, now we're going to tell the world we need a big government. Global warming, okay, that's the new communism. And they've doubled down on it in a very, very big way. So what has happened is that the Liberal Party has, very unfortunately, been overtaken by, or dominated by, careerists. There are two types of people, broadly speaking, that get attracted to politics. There's true believers who really believe in stuff, left or right, and they really want to sort of, you know, change the world so the next generation more reflects their values. That's good. That would be all the people in this room and all the people in the Libertarian Party. And the other, so there's true believers and there's careerists. The careerists are people who join a political party, not because they want to contribute to the next generation. They want to get something out of it, right? And the careerists do not join Family First or the Libertarian Party. They join Liberal and Labor, okay, because they've got staffing jobs, seats in Parliament, lobbying contracts, prestige. So the careerists largely join the major parties, and they don't believe in anything. And this is what's happened to the Liberal Party. Now, what has happened now is that I was very involved in the Liberal Party, and all the big stars, if a really talented person came along, like a Tony Abbott or a John Howard, or even Malcolm Turnbull, we may not like him much, but he's an impressive CV. They all get into Parliament because they want to be the Prime Minister. Okay, that's fine. Ambition's good. And so those people, when they sought pre-selection in their 20s and 30s, they said, oh, well, look, I want to be the Prime Minister. I need a nice, safe seat. I'm going to get a safe seat on the North Shore of Sydney or the eastern suburbs. Okay, that was their thinking. And other candidates for the Liberal Party would contest seats on the outer rim of the western suburbs, places like Penrith and the Hills and others, which sometimes vote Liberal, sometimes vote Labor. And so those candidates would be sort of the more B-graders. Okay, but what's happened now is, this is why I think the Liberal Party is absolutely going to keep going downwards, is because the heartland's been wiped out. Those Teals keep increasing their vote. It's unbelievable, but these good people on the North Shore really believe in global warming, even though every prediction they've made doesn't come true, and even though our electricity prices keep going up. And so what's happened now is the Liberal Party room in Canberra is largely dominated by people who really do not believe in stuff. Okay, and the B graders have now become the A graders, and there's not much intellect there. Now, look, I think Susan Lay's doing her best, okay, but I mean, I really don't think she believes in much. I get the impression she hasn't read many books. Now, the truth is that under the Australian Constitution and the New South Wales electoral system, minor parties are really, really important. And I have some, I don't want to wreck your day because I know there's a very positive atmosphere here, but the minor party in this country that has had a huge influence, in fact, I would say that they've had an even bigger influence than Labor and Liberal this century, and that's a little party we all, no, the Greens, thank you, the Greens. Okay, now why is that? Because what they've done is they are true believers. They're truly wrong on everything, okay, but they really believe in stuff. And their vote capped out at 10% 10 years ago. In the 1990s, they'd get, just like where you guys are now, like where we are, they'd get 2, 3, 4 maybe. They'd have a bit of luck sometimes, get someone into Parliament. They capped out at about 10%, but what does that 10% give them under the Australian Constitution? Only 12 Senate seats, thank you very much, out of 76. In my lifetime, Liberal or Labor has only held control of the House of Representatives and the Senate on 2 occasions. Malcolm Fraser had it, and John Howard had it briefly from 2004 to 2007, but Labor's never had it in my lifetime. So minor parties are going to have it, okay? Now, what's happening with the Greens is, do you know that the minor right parties across Australia get more votes, collectively, in the elections than the Greens? Unfortunately, we need to learn how to collaborate better, and I will come to that in a moment. But if you're a minor left voter, you basically vote for the Greens. There's 1 or 2 other little parties, and 12 senators out of 76. So now left-wing Labor Prime Minister Albo is obviously got full control of the House of Representatives. But now in Albanese's first term, there was a motley crew of little parties that he needed to every bill, he needed to sort of do various deals. Doesn't need to do deals now, he just needs to get the Greens on board. That's a pretty bad situation. Now what has happened is, prior to 1949, the Senate electoral rules were from Federation to 1949 were quite unusual, and what it would mean is, it's difficult, it's complex and it's not that important, but it would basically mean that if a party won government in the lower house, it was very likely they were going to have an overwhelming majority in the Senate. Now then in 1949 they changed the rules so that there was proportional representation. And what that means is, for our Senate elections, we basically need, a minor party needs sort of 6 to 7% primary votes, and you've got a senator. So this is why the Greens easily get one. Okay. So what I would say for federal I think there's a very big difference about how we collaborate at the state level and at the federal level, and I would like to walk you through that. Let's start with the state level. It's actually, and Lyle's right, people say to me every day, why don't we all merge? Okay, long story. But in the state elections, it's not in our interest to. It's actually better that we have sort of 3 or 4 very competitive, professional minor right parties, all trying to maximise our votes. Why is that? We only really need about 2.5%. Okay, and so now the official rule is to get a position elected to the New South Wales Upper House, we need about 4.5%. And every 4 years there are 21 members of the Upper House elected. Then you get elected for a double term, 8 years. So officially, under the New South Wales Constitution, or laws, whatever it is, you need 4.5%. And there's 21 people elected. So there's 21 little quota boxes that need to be filled up. So who comes first? Liberal. Who comes second? Labor, or reverse. And then they fill them up, okay, but the last 3 or 4, sometimes even 5 of those little boxes that need to be filled up, they only get sort of half-filled, okay, and it's whoever gets the most out of those half-filled quotas. So it is actually in our interest to do 2 things. That is, we do our very, very best, which we're all doing, and something that we really, really have to learn in the minor right is that we have to collaborate through preferences. Now, this is something that the minor left, it's not just the Greens, Animal Justice, Cannabis Party, a few socialist parties, communist parties, whatever, but they are much, much better than us at preferencing each other. And so what our parties typically do in the lead up to an election, state or federal, is if you go to our website, it says who we're preferencing. If you get our how to vote, it says who we're preferencing. I think we should start to have a discussion about, in our advertising, the Libertarian Party would say, look, vote 1 for us, but we should also have it in there somewhere, if we're doing preferencing One Nation and Family First, we should also make we don't want to sort of distract from the major message of saying vote for us, but there should be some messaging in there. If you're going to vote for us, it's also very, very important to also vote for other friendly parties. This is what, when people vote Green, they do preference, and they preference their people, because in New South Wales elections you do not have to preference, it's optional. So a lot of people just say, oh, I love Family First so much, they get my number 1, they walk out. Well, that's not helpful. So we really do have to, the truth is for minor parties, the preferential voting system is very good. Now, I know a lot of people out there say they don't like the preferential system because it helped our vote at the last election. That's true. But if we are smart about it, so preferential voting is really, really good because you might really love Lyle and you might only like the Libertarian Party or One Nation or whatever, but you might really love Lyle, but you might also like us and a few others. It's very important we get the message out to your voters. Okay, good, vote Lyle, but it's very important to preference. And I don't know why the left has got that under control and we don't. Now, at the federal level, it's very different. There's only, at the moment, there's only a chance that we can win 1 senator out of 6 for the minor right. And so what we're doing at the moment is we're all running. We're getting well more than the 6 or 7% we need combined, but but we again the people might like Family First or the Libertarian Party, but they really don't want Albo. So what they do is they might vote 1 Family First, and then 2 the Liberal Party. Okay, and that's not helpful. So what I propose we do in the minor right, and I think where there's a will, there's a way. This is how we can win senators. We can replicate the Greens. We can have 12 senators between us. This is what I believe we should have a serious discussion about. I propose that about 6 months before a federal election, the various minor right parties, which agree on 90% of stuff, we're all pro-free enterprise, we're all pro-free speech, we're all against the woke stuff, we're all against global warming. Yes, we've got little differences. Those differences are issues that do not come up frequently, and when they do, that's okay. But on the stuff that is wrecking the country before our eyes, we're all in agreement. So what I propose we do is we have a meeting in the Sydney Town Hall and the Adelaide Town Hall and the Melbourne Town Hall, all the big capital city town halls 6 months before the election, and we invite all the Libertarians, One Nation, Family First. We invite everybody, and we say, look, only one of us can win here. So what do we need? We need a really popular candidate who can give a good speech. So I say that let's say we've got 6 parties that want to contribute, that want to be part of this process, which I call the grand primary. And why at the Sydney Town Hall? Because we're going to invite the membership of all of those parties. There might be 3,000 or 4,000 people in the room. And all those parties can put forward their best candidate for who they think should be the leader of a big coalition ticket. Not the coalition of all the 6 minor right parties. And so there will be a Libertarian, One Nation, Family First, others, and it's like a pre-selection. They get up and give a speech for 15 minutes, they can answer some questions, and everyone votes. Now, yeah, look, it is true that a lot of sort of people who are members of Libertarian Party will be more inclined to vote for the Libertarian candidate that day, but they won't be, just like Family First, they won't be bloody-minded about it. They'll say, oh, look, I would prefer the Libertarian, but gee, that Family First candidate was brilliant. I agree with most of what they're saying, and that candidate's the one that can actually make us win. So let's say the Family First person comes first at the top of the ticket, and then whoever comes second, might be the Libertarian Party, they can be second on the ticket, and One Nation, whoever, shooters, whatever. So we can have a big coalition ticket, and I believe that democracy will, in most cases, give us the candidate who is most likely to win. Now, why I would encourage, there is a very positive atmosphere in this room, Lyle, so you should be very proud of yourself. And it's not for naught, because I'm sure you highly intelligent people in this room are keeping at least some type of an eye on what's happening in the UK. The British Conservative Party was a great party in the 20th century, just like our Liberal Party. And just like our Liberal Party, it is just a mess, and it's not getting better. And so what's happened? Nigel Farage has happened. You know, every sort of few weeks we see there's a new poll out. The last poll I saw, 35% want to vote for Farage and 20% want to vote for the Labor incumbent Prime Minister, and even less for the Conservatives. That's just going to keep going up. Now, who's Nigel Farage? Well, he agrees with most of what we stand for. And he was battling away for decades, you know, running in elections, getting 1%, 3%, back to 1%, okay, then, you know, obviously the Brexit thing, which he was the hero of, made him more famous. But he has had a lot of, setbacks, but he is on track to become the British Prime Minister from a minor party. That has not happened for a very, very long time. And I believe all the ingredients are the same in Australia. It's going to happen. And I hope it's the Libertarian Party that does it, but it might be Family First. And I'll be almost just as happy if that's the case. Okay, because now, Trump, Mr. Trump, who I'm guessing most people in this room have a generally positive view of. I have a very positive view of him. Sometimes he disappoints me. I'm not with him on the tariffs, and you know, seems to be a bit too inclined to go to war. But anyway, that's okay. But you know, every day, if I ever have a complaint about Trump, I think, well, look, thank God it's not Kamala Harris. Okay, so, and Trump has pulled off a revolution within the Republican Party. You know, it used to be, the Republican Party used to be the plaything of the Bushes and the Cheneys and the Romney types, okay? Trump just walks off Fifth Avenue, never run for elected office before, and he's basically done what Farage has done, but within the Republican Party. And the reason he can do that within the Republican Party is because it's very, very democratic. And Lyle mentioned my book earlier, Make the Liberal Party Great Again, and I know this is on the live stream. If there's Liberal Party people watching, and good people, we would all be thrilled if the Liberal Party could get back on track. I don't think it's going to happen, but if it happens, great. And the only way that can happen is they should be doing what they do in the Canadian political parties and the British political parties now. The members get to vote for the parliamentary leader, okay? And that's what the guts of that book was about. And the candidates for the lower house seats should be chosen by a primary. 10% of the electorate will come out, and they will generally be Conservatives. But anyway, so that is... So what I'm saying is, look, we're not wasting our time here. We can really change the direction of this country. And it's hard to know how this turns out, but all I can say is let's redouble our efforts. Let's collaborate as much as we can wherever we can, particularly at the state level. I think that there is, Australia is still very similar in many ways to the United Kingdom. Very similar political system, and we do have now we have a similar political culture to the United States. It's obviously a different system. Why don't they have minor party senators in the United States? Well, it's because when they vote, all their states have 2 senators, and it's just when they have an election for a senator, there's only one person for the whole state gets elected. So it's either going to be a Republican or a Democrat. But in Australia, when we vote in the Senate, 6 people are going to get elected, and we can get those 5th or 6th positions. Once we have 12 senators, once we have as much federal power as the Greens, which I'm certain is going to happen. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I'm certain it is going to happen. Well, that's when we can win. That's when people who are not paying much attention to politics will start to wake up and say, yeah, well, look, there is hope. We can turn this around. So I do believe that all the ingredients are on the table for a revolution, a bloodless revolution, but a much-needed political revolution, because the truth is, I meet people, not that infrequently, who say, oh, John, I want to leave this country. I just, everywhere I look, it's not looking good. And I say to them, are you crazy? Australia's fantastic. Despite bad government, Australia is still absolutely fantastic. It's still a young country. We've got a whole continent here with a relatively small population. We've got so much potential. When I grew up, Asia, just to the north of us, was just like one bloody war, I mean, not as the swear word, blood everywhere, across Asia. Vietnam, Korea, the Chinese were going through the Cultural Revolution. Okay, there was a big war in Indonesia. About 1 million people died, not many people know about. Malaysia, India and Pakistan would have wars. So, yeah, we used to be scared of Asia. Now Asia is, basically getting better and better. But basically free enterprise, generally becoming democratic and not a threat. We're not worried about them invading us. Might be 1 or 2 threats, but it's a lot better than it was. But the reason I mention that is because, look, Australia is basically a Christian European country here, and Asia's got economic growth. So Australia is worth fighting for, and I believe we'll get there. Now, do we have a couple of minutes for questions, Lara? Not really.
No, we're probably
wrap it up? Okay. Well, look, thank you very much. We'll hopefully see you again. And
John, thank you so much for that. You can see why I was keen to get someone like John to speak today. He's a very thoughtful man. He is someone who reads, who thinks, and we've been the beneficiary of that today. I appreciate the thought-provoking nature of what you've shared and the idea that you floated. It's a matter of public record that Deepa and myself have participated in a meeting with other minor parties, which included John's party. There are discussions going. Nothing has been settled as yet, and we're not going to commit to anything today, but always happy to have big ideas. I should have renamed John's session the Festival of Dangerous Ideas. But his observations about minor parties, very, very important. The tectonic plates of politics in Australia are shifting. Never before has the primary vote of the major parties been so low. It's unbelievable. There was a news poll the other day that had the Liberals polling below 30%. That's in the death zone. It already is. So there's a real opportunity here. There is collaboration. There is talk going on with the minor parties. I think that's going to be a moving feast for a while. But for the next 18 months, as we've been reinforcing over and over again today, our focus at Family First is going to be on these next 3 elections, getting Deepa elected in South Australia, Jane and Bernie in Victoria, and hopefully others, and myself here in New South Wales, God willing. So we've got plenty on our plate, and we'll continue to do what we can to work with our good friends in the minor party space. So John, thank you for taking the time, and Rob, we've just got a small token of our appreciation. Please thank Honourable John Ruddick. I think Deepa would like to say something, and given that I snubbed South Australia, I better let her have the microphone.
No, he snubbed me, so I'm going to. Before we finish this evening, I would like to thank Lyle for all the work he's done for this conference and for all his efforts. And being the federal executive of the Family First Party is not a small task. He does have to put up with a very strong, opinionated executive. And thank you to Wendy as well, Wendy, for supporting Lyle throughout his time as a federal exec in Family First. Lyle, I do understand the burden you carry and the pressure you put on yourself to for this vision. And as I've always said, I strongly believe God put us all together. So I'm very grateful for your leadership in Family First, Lyle, and thank you to Lyle, to Wendy, to Rita, for all of the volunteers here who put out a great event for conference last night and tonight, today. Thank you. Thank you, Lyle. I am nice to him sometimes.
Thank you, Deepa. I appreciate that. I wasn't expecting that. I take it that means I'm forgiven, so that's good. Before we conclude, I do want to also say some thank yous. I'd like to invite Rita, Diane, Carolyn, and Sweet, and Dave out to the front, please. If you could all come, that would be fantastic. These guys have been volunteering all day, working really hard for us, and I just want to, again, just particularly thank Rita, who coordinated everything, but the team behind her. Sweet, come on. Dave. We just need all the lanyards returned on your way out, if that's okay, because we hope to have another conference next year. Who thinks that's a good idea? Yeah, excellent. And finally, I just want to say thank you to all of you, particularly those who've travelled interstate, to our international visitor. Thank you. We're an international conference now, and really appreciate the sacrifice and the commitment. I think we might just finish with a word of prayer, if you'd join me. Thank you. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for the blessed day we've had today and last night as well. I thank you for everyone who's travelled here. I just pray that you'd be with us as we part now. And I thank you for the things that we've heard and we've learned, and may they run deep in our spirits. And Lord, may we be able to be a force for good, for the common good for our fellow Australians in this nation through the political process. We ask these things in Christ's name. Amen. Amen. God bless you. See you next year.